Because it's warm. And started right to that. So it's a loaded.
I just started the YouTube. I just started.
Question is.
Let me know.
There it is.
Now there we go. It was going right, and has that too. In that.
All right.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
They reported those so that, so we said to the this was. What's the other? Yeah.
So you can tell her that if, because
No.
How do we get back to normal?
Although I will say,
Hi, Shelley, can you hear me? I can. Oh, I can hear you too. Okay, great. All right, so we're gonna open, we have to open our regular post meeting for a minute and give a comment and we'll go into closed session. So I'll just mute for a second and then, it's a. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Shelley. She's here. Yep, stop, yeah.
There's some piece of legislation that allow this form district that has the 4 votes for dead and rules.
It's the fire district law of 1987, that authorized health, safety, et cetera, thousand and change.
I'm pretty sure it said a majority of the quorum.
Oh, yeah, endless. There are layers and then those layers have been amended.
Yeah.
But basically you've done an addition and patch holes and patch the patches, but you never went and made it all comprehensive.
And,
so I can't hear.
What about now?
well, I can argue that we get you know what it is. This is the fire district law, 87. 15. So it is.
President Romer, we're ready to begin.
Okay, it's January 17th, 2024. It is about 6:01 p.m. My name is Mike Romer. I'm chairing the meeting tonight, and I will call this regular meeting to order. I think that means we have a roll call.
And the time is 6:01. Director Danziger.
Here.
Director Hassler will be attending by Zoom. He is running late today. Director Jex.
Here.
Director Jorgens.
Here.
President Romer.
Here.
And the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So now we can open public comment for the closed session items. And we do not have any attendees. I've not received any written public comment. And so now we can go ahead and adjourn into closed session. And the time is 6:02.
Maybe to turn off the microphones.
So we can go ahead and turn off the microphones and we will pause the recording. And so I can't hear. Okay. Test.
There.
Okay. President Romer, yes, we're ready to begin. The time is 7:14.
Time is 7:14. This is Mike Romer, Chair of the NOFD Board. We will reconvene the open session. I will call the meeting to order. We have to have roll call again.
Yes, we do. Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Hassler,
Here.
and Director Hassler is participating by Zoom from Colorado. Director Jex,
Here.
Director Jorgens, President Romer.
Here. So I think our first item would be the report of the closed session action from our closed session yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So regarding closed session item 3.1, liability claim from Pete Nowicki, there is reportable action. The Moraga-Orinda Fire District denied the claim from Pete Nowicki on grounds of timeliness and on the merits. Regarding closed session items 3.2, existing litigation, and 3.3, public employee performance evaluation, there is no reportable action. And that concludes the report of the closed session.
Action on today's closed session.
Yeah, correct. No reportable action in today's closed session.
Thank
So
you.
we will move to public comment on the items not on the agenda.
Correct. And we have one hand raised. Having some difficulties with my mouse, sorry. Can you please state your name?
Well, some people call me Jonathan, and I live in Canyon. Good evening to everybody. Particularly to the novice president. You're doing great so far, and you sound a little cautious, and I think that's all to the good. And I wish you well in your in this adventure. So I wanted to say about the Nowicki business, by the way, that I think this board has done the wrong thing at every turn of the road, and you guys are falling right into step. The guy paid in for a pension of 140, ended up drawing a pension of 240. That's questionable because the people who come after him have to make up the difference. But that's what happened, and he played by the rules. And he got punished for playing by the rules made by Cicera, supported by the district at every step of the way. The district is shown in the cold shoulder every step of the way. I think it's disreputable treatment of someone who served this district well as one of the first paramedics in the county, all the way up through, all the rest of it. So that's that. On the very interesting petition for writ of mandate against the district, kind of backs up everything I've been telling you, as far as I can tell. Kind of shows how you've been led down the garden path. And I wanted to, there was a Twilight Zone element of this, which was it pointed to an article written by a guy named David Winokur, whom, would be recognizable to most of us. 2 months in August, 2 months before, you guys voted to pass that ordinance. And it says there's no evidence that shaded fuel brakes really work. And that's a reference to where there's not vehicular access. Well, gosh, and it also says we shouldn't be doing things just to make it look at performative acts to make people feel safe, which is what that was. Because it creates a bunch of shaded fuel brakes where there's no access and they don't do any good. That was 2 months before ramming through that ordinance. I mean, that's just queer, you know? It's causing me a lot of cognitive dissonance. I'll just put it that way. And I also want to reiterate that the board should remember that you were a board member asked legal staff's colleague 3 times, are other agencies using these exemptions? Sorry, these reasons, these grounds for claiming these exemptions? And the answer was, I believe so, yes. Yes, I believe so. And then finally, the 3rd time, yes. And they're all wrong. I asked Mr. Holtzman this question in a phone conversation. His answer was, I don't know. I haven't looked it up. That's the basis, sort of, for your going ahead on this, is that you have a basis. There is no basis. And I'm looking forward to you not hearing that from me, but from a judge. Maybe you'll listen to the judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Are there any other public comments?
We do not have any other comments.
We will move on to agenda item number 7, announcements.
Agenda item number 6. Now we'll take public comment for items that are not on the agenda. No, that was for closed session items.
Closed session. Public comment. Closed comment, closed session is the beginning of closed session. One out of 7.
Okay. So we do not have any comments on items that are not on the agenda.
So then let's move on to agenda item number 7 and 7.1. Brief information only, reports related to meetings attended by a director at district expense.
President Romer, this is Director Danziger. I attended the LAFCO meeting on January 10th. So whether they have anything to report, I'm the new liaison to that group, and I attended the meeting to see what was going on. It was a short meeting and not much action taken.
And I appreciate you taking on the time and responsibility to do that meeting. So we are moving on to 7.2, I'm sorry. Questions and informational comments from board members and staff.
Hearing none.
None. 7.3, communications received. I think we do have something.
Yes, sir. One letter received from St. Mary's College recognizing the work fire prevention did to move forward a permit, very timely permit associated with an expansion of the basketball gym that enabled the basketball team to use the gym before a big game against New Mexico that they contributed to their success. We're happy to be able to support that. It involved prevention staff coming in on a Saturday of a holiday weekend to support a Sunday game. So all agencies worked well to move that forward. And then, as you'll hear about on the operations update from Town Chief Lucas Lambert, we received a letter from the Bar General Director complimenting the district's work associated with the derailment on New Year's Day. It was a mass casualty incident, involved interagency response at a pretty significant scale. You'll hear more details about that, but I did want to share that correspondence.
Thank you, and I do want to congratulate both. I did read the letter, and I want to congratulate both you and Fire Marshal Isaacs for the very well-deserved comments from St. Mary's College. So moving on to 7.4, Fire Chief update.
And I would like to go slightly out of order, given that we have some folks that work today. Luke, if you'd like to lead off with the operations report and the equipment demonstration. Yes, sir.
Pretty much.
Yes.
All right, good evening, directors. Lucas Lambert, I'll be giving tonight's operational update since the last time that we spoke at the last board meeting. Next slide. Beginning with on January 13th at approximately 20:54 hours, MOF was dispatched to a residential structure fire with possible rescue on Minor Road near Station 43. The initial crew arrived on scene within 5 minutes and 30 seconds from time of dispatch to find a large 2-story residential home with heavy smoke and fire showing from the front of the building. Crews quickly determined all residents were accounted for and made entry to fire suppression operations. Due to a combination of construction features, which inhibited access to areas where fire was established, significant overhaul was required to the fire that took place in the evening of that night. This fire was very technical, compounded by multiple stories, difficult driveway access in the rain, and solar panels from the roof, which I'll show here just shortly. In particular, the use of the tiller truck played a pivotal role in allowing crews to perform rooftop operations safely. As this fire was an extended fire, special credit to emergency preparedness coordinator Dennis Rain, who organized our communication support volunteers and staff to support the breathing support unit. Crews and volunteers remained on scene into the late night in an effort to support the homeowners in their efforts to secure and salvage their personal property. In total, 14 fire EMS resources were assigned to the incident, including, of course, MOD and Contra Costa County Fire from the initial dispatch to the completion of the incident, roughly 3.5 hours. Next slide. And this view here, this aerial view was taken by our drone to give some synopsis of what our crews experienced from the top. And as you can see, this residence is very busy from the top, giving some challenges to our firefighters at night as they attempted and completed vertical ventilation. You can see before you to remove superheated gases from above. The fire remains under investigation and no injuries reported on scene. Again, I want to also recognize the efforts of our firefighters and then our communication support team that work together to make this complete. Next slide. And this is another picture. I know that it looks very destructive, but this operation is vertical ventilation where we are able to access the top of the structure, cut holes to remove superheated gases interior and to improve visibility to support our firefighting efforts. Next slide.
Hey, Lucas, what kind of roof is that?
It's there's a couple of things going on here. It's an addition. The addition was exterior cinder block. The interior roof was laid in plaster, like exterior laid in plaster with the chicken wire back. So it's essentially a stucco finish on the inside. And then the roof, it's not a particularly steep pitch, but it's pitched with a integrated insulating layer
Where's mine?
underneath a rolled membrane. So a seamless membrane roof that was wet and slippery. And plus the solar panels on the front and then the water panels, not a lot of space to get after it and relatively slippery and then no parapet, no edge. So because of the panels, the crews had to work close to an unprotected edge on a wet night on a slippery surface. There was a lot going on there. If you go back one or back two, please, Lucas.
That's okay.
Hijacking. Like
I'm
all right,
having some
see,
audio.
Mark there. It's a little hard to tell in the picture because of the lights. He's standing on the tip of the aerial coming off the truck. So this is second floor up high. And he's working off the aerial because the holes that had been cut included getting onto the roof from there, but you need to be on that side to get at the fire that was going back underneath Captain Nygaard. So there was a lot going on here. Crews accessed the ground ladder off to the left, with really spraying, and then had to cut a dimensional 11 gauge 2x3 gate. This wasn't sort of a Home Depot or wrought iron. This was quite a very stout gate, and because the power had failed as a result of the fire's extension, the power to open the gate, and before anyone could fight fire, they had to pull a circular saw and cut a very stout gate. Then makes access to the second floor, while on the inside they were using saws to get to the chicken wire instead of just being able to drop ceiling. So long story short, there was a lot going on there, and a really tenacious fire that was taking advantage of the building materials. And because it was a flue failure that caused it, that began the fire, it had been burning, smoldering, oxygen limited. So it had been smoldering for a great deal of time before anyone became aware and called it in, which meant it had a significant head start on crews, late on a wet rainy night. So,
I'm new to this, so I assume that we don't name names for privacy reasons, but I wanted everyone to know that, I know the residents of that home because they were part of our volunteer unit. I've known her and her family for 6 years. They were very, very complimentary of the entire department, and particularly the chief, who were out there that night. And, they really appreciate it. And it was very touching because when the volunteer unit responded, the resident and the volunteers had worked together for 6 weeks, for 6 years. She said she almost cried when we said that. So congratulations to the entire department and to the chief for excellent work on a very, very technically difficult fire for that.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll add, I just spoke with the communication volunteer earlier this evening, and they're working on supporting the family with continued support. So I think this is a great example of an unfortunate event that all teams work together to provide for the best outcome given the situation.
It's a great example of how our community comes together when we have tragedy.
One more?
Yes. All right, continuing, on January 1st at approximately 09:12 hours, MOT crews responded to a BART train derailment. Upon arrival, it was determined that there was a BART train that derailed carrying 7 cars in between the St. Stephen's and Camino Pablo exits. In addition to the derailment, it was determined that there was a fire underneath the train. At the direction of the on-duty battalion chief on scene, all freeway traffic was shut down with the assistance of CHP to allow for access of our crews to gain entry into the area, extinguish the fire, evacuate the train, and triage patients within the train. Contra Costa County Fire, San Ramon Valley Fire, AMR, and assistance with our law enforcement partners, Orinda PD, CHP, and of course, BART employees all provided assistance to mitigate the incident, and an MCI or multi-casualty incident was initiated immediately. And I'm going to go through I'm going to come back to that here in just a moment. Next slide. This slide or picture was sent to me by a passerby, by a civilian passing by, just to give an example of what our crews encountered on the freeway as they were trying to make access onto the train tracks. Once the electrical hazards were mitigated and confirmed off. Next slide. I mentioned that an MCI was declared on this incident, and early into the derailment, this process began. This is a portion of our county-wide MCI policy that outlines how we categorize a large or evolving incident based on the number of patients. And the chart to the left, this is just an example, but the chart to the left is a pre-alert, and that is to notice that there is an incident that can provide for countywide or region-wide impact. It is a possibility that it can have 6 or more patients. It's a pre-alert, and that was established early. Once crews were assisting with the evacuation, it was later determined that it did indeed fall into the tier 1 MCI category, estimating between 6 to 10 patients. The chart down below is an example of the hospital responsibilities. And this determines the amount and the type of patients that the hospitals can take. So tier 2 is more than 10 patients, and tier 3 is more than 50 patients. Next slide.
Sorry, I'm having some audio over here, so.
This slide is is an example of what happens in the communication to involve the pre-alerts and the additional agencies that get involved. So when an MCI occurs, this becomes an event that requires early notification to multiple agencies in an effort to deliver the fastest level of services possible. These notifications continue through the county, region, and even OES or Office of Emergency Services through their warning system. And the PSAP is a public safety answering point. And in this case, for us, would be Contra Costa County. Next slide. Additionally, on December 26th at approximately 17:20 hours, MOFD responded with Oakland Fire and CHP to a reported vehicle fire in the Caldecott Tunnel. Upon arrival, crews witnessed a fully involved vehicle in Board 2 of the Caldecott Tunnel. Traffic was blocked from both eastbound Board 2 and westbound Board 3 to allow firefighters access inside the tunnel and extinguish the fire. Although a fire in a transit tunnel may be viewed as relatively routine, being that many of us pass through there every day, an event like this is considered a high-risk incident. Limited access and visibility, unpredictability of the roadways is always a challenge for us. A potential for limited ventilation within the tunnel and high possibility of multiple patients inside the tunnel are all factors we consider when mitigating these incidents. Next slide. On December 28th, MOD and Contra Costa County Fire Crew 12 completed pile burn material between the areas of the States Drive and Oakwood Road in Orinda. The project was intended to reduce vegetation, and it did successfully. Loads between the homes in an area that was previously littered with a significant amount of dead and down ladder fuels in an area that was a high risk and is prone to critical fire behavior. Credit to our crews that participated in heavy lifting. You can see the size of these piles that was there that they completed that day.
Who owns that property?
So it's an 18-acre privately owned parcel. You can see the home with the tennis court in the center. It's a large bowl in central Orinda that is going to be an issue if fire gets established in there. The homes that ring the bowl are overslung, where it would be very difficult to get behind them, and fire would get up underneath what's usually a two-story deck in the back. The purple shows the location of the piles. It's very steep with limited access from the homes that those piles back up to. And so this has been a multi-year collaborative process with the residents who have been great partners as we established the importance of this. And what we identified was that the complexity and the cost of this project was going to increase 3 or 4x if they had to haul the material down to the roadway to ship it. And those resources and that money would be much better spent cutting material and piling it. So what we have aligned on here is the resident is using their resources to have folks cut and pile the material and clear. And as the weather conditions allow, we get it and burn. This is the 3rd year we've been in there burning. And in conjunction, the homes that ring that 18-acre bowl have been carrying out defensible space, and we've been encouraging them to do home hardening, essentially removing this internal wildland urban interface, because it's a whole new boundary, removing this from the wildfire threat. So this has been a great example of how the residents' willingness to do the work, the fire prevention division and the fire marshal's willingness to accept a multi-year plan, because this just couldn't have been done in a short period of time with reasonable resources, and the corresponding defensible space and home hardening work done in the surrounding parcels is bringing a comprehensive reduction in wildfire risk. And then fun fact, the husband there is a former Olympian, which it came out eventually. If I was a former Olympian, that'd be the first thing I say when I met anybody. So I felt I should mention on his behalf.
I noticed there are some large diameter chunks of wood there. What's happening with all those things?
They burned down. Yes, sir. It's just a matter of how many piles we can get at and whether they've been properly built. But by the time we get done with this, Albert, we burned down some probably 18-inch logs there a couple of years ago on a very rainy day that was knocking all the smoke down. But it is, and I also say, you know, there's minimal amounts of smoke. These are well-built piles, and the crew's doing a great job of burning them. Zero complaints from the neighbors about the smokes, but because everyone is bought in on the concept of what's being achieved here by creating, in this case, not only a perimeter fuel break, but the associated transition. So essentially, the perimeter fuel break of that 18-acre parcel is acting as an extension of the defensible space work from the surrounding parcels, some of whom have very tight offsets to the lot line.
On December 26th, approximately 19:28 hours, crews responded to the 200 block of Overhill in Orinda for a report of light smoke near a home that was reported by a neighbor. Upon arrival, the captain noticed light gray smoke coming from the rear of a residence. Further inspection determined that the windows were blacked out with soot from the interior and hot to the touch. A full alarm for a working structure fire was filled for additional resources to respond to assist. It was later determined that the residents were out of town at the time of the incident, and the small incipient phase fire had burned in an oxygen deficient environment. Superheated gases charged the home, as you can see in this picture, causing severe damage inside of the residence. From the outside, there was very little signs of the fire. This is a phase of fire that backdraft can occur, or sudden introduction of oxygen to an environment that was ventilation limited. Fortunately, there were no injuries reported on scene. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. That before you on the wall that you see in the picture was ATV. Obviously, Hollywood has glamorized backdraft, but fortunately, nobody was injured in this incident. This is one of a construction type that is so tight that it does not allow it does not allow for the growth phase of the fire. Fortunately, it was later determined, but because that incident had been going on for quite some time, this is the damage that it did cause to the interior of the building.
But we would like to call out the actions of the neighbor who, late at night on a cold night, smelled some smoke, could have very easily have said, oh, that's someone burning a Duraflame and gone back to bed. Instead, they went to investigate their neighbor's house, knowing that they were out of town. As soon as they identified that there was a fire, fortunately, they didn't try to open anything up. They dialed 911 and gave us an opportunity to do our part. The other heads up call, first arriving captain, when presented with the opportunity to either kick in the door or break a small pane of glass in order to unlock the door, opted for the small pane of glass to minimize the damage and give himself the ability to control the ventilation, because a door that has been kicked in cannot be closed, or a door that is open, if we note that a sucking sound is occurring, you can close the door to shut off the supply of fresh air. So very engaged neighbor who gave us the opportunity to limit this from being more destructive, and very heads up call by the first two captain that set conditions for a successful fire attack.
I also want to congratulate the chief and the department. This one was special to me because this home is across the street from my home, 6 houses down. So when I was notified on pulse point, my wife and I responded to the scene while the engines were still on the scene. And we say that if you see something, say something. This was an extraordinary situation because the next door neighbor, who's known to me, smelled something. And she walked outside and she thought it was stronger in her house than it was outside. But she didn't just ignore it. She had her husband walk next door who felt the heat from, I forget, was the window or the front door. So smell something, say something, feel something, say something. And, you know, this fire could have been going for an hour, 2 hours. They said that from the time the son called 911, the son was so complimentary of the department, and he wants to apply for employment with this fire department. And I've agreed to meet with them, and I think the chief will too. So the silver lining of all of this is that we might have a new firefighter, paramedic who's from our community, 6 houses down from them. But again, you guys were heroes on this night. And this, I don't think I realized at the time, but this is the same time that the car crash was in the Tunnel. You were responding to two different incidents at the same time.
It's likely, I don't recall specifically, but I know that we have had a number of incidents back to back or concurrent with.
Well, this is another one that makes me proud to be on the board, that you guys are there to watch our bus.
But we can inspire the next generation, tell them to,
You already are.
All right, thank you. Next slide. All right, and last, we'd like to welcome our 5 newest firefighter paramedic recruits in perfect timing. That began their academy on January 8th. The academy began last week as part of the 19-week long academy joined up with our partners from Contra Costa County Fire. Throughout this time, recruits will spend their journey learning the basic proficiencies of the job before they join us as probationary firefighter paramedics. We wish them the best, look forward to them moving forward in the process and joining our family with NLSD. Next slide.
And kudos to something that's dear to me is hiring a local that I know and a lot of people in the community knows.
Members of the board, if you will recall, staff received approval for purchase of SCBA's or self-contained breathing apparatus with the assistance of the federal grant through the Department of Homeland Security in the amount of $441,780 back in August of 2023. And you'll see the documentation here to support that in front of you. Tonight, I am joined by another local firefighter, probationary firefighter, paramedic, Mr. Rick Cotter. If you come join me here this evening, who grew up within the community as well, who has offered to show us a portion of an example of what this purchase means to our firefighters. He's brought with him some equipment that is important, quite possibly one of the most important tools that we carry on our fire engines, because it certainly can save our lives in the event of emergency. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to probationary firefighter paramedic, Mr. Rick Cotter.
Thanks for having me. I'm gonna grab the equipment. I do a little presentation right here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Mic for him.
It would be great to have a mic. So that mic is not working.
Any mic is not that.
That would be great.
Thanks again, board.
It just-
Rick Cotter here. Before I get into the equipment, I want to go over a few terms, so you can follow me while I talk about the equipment. There's a term RIC, spelled R-I-C, it stands for rapid intervention crew. So there is another term, IDLH, it stands for immediately dangerous to life or health. There's SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus, that's what that is. Another term, UAC, stands for universal air connection. Now that I've talked about those terms, I can start to talk about the RIC. So whenever there's a structure fire, there's many groups that are all working together to do the main goal, not only put out the fire, but rescue any occupants. And when it comes to putting out the fire, you need to do vertical ventilation and horizontal ventilation. There's a group to do that. There's a search group, there's a suppression group, and then there's a RIC group. As Chief said, the RIC group is
in my opinion, the most important group on the fire ground. The RIC group is a dedicated group to. They have one mission and one goal essentially, and it's to save or go in and help a downed firefighter. A downed firefighter can happen due to a collapse, due to getting disoriented. They can go down for a medical emergency while putting out the fire or doing a search. They can go down because of running out of air. Many different reasons for a firefighter to go down, essentially to activate the RIC group. The RIC group is a group that stages outside, ready to go in at any given moment. They have many jobs while waiting outside. They set up a tarp to put a cache of tools that include ladders, lights, axes, haligans, the RIC pack. This is the RIC pack, extra air bottles. They're monitoring multiple radio channels. They are paying attention to where everybody is on the fire ground, which is very hard to do because, like I said, there's many groups all over the fire ground scene. And I can't emphasize enough, I know I said it before, but in my opinion, they're the most important group on the fire ground scene. Everybody's playing a part, but they're the most, one of the most vital parts of the fire ground scene. So I'll get into the RIC pack. As you can see, it's bright orange, so in low light conditions inside of a house, it's easy to see. You have high vis stripes on it. On the bottom of it, it has a nice hard plastic sled type of material, easy to slide on any type of material, carpet, tile, you name it, wood. It has handles on either side. It has two nice tactile handles right here that will open up the compartment to get to the stuff inside. I'll get to that in a moment. It has 10 D-rings around the side that you can manipulate the strap in different configurations to help you drag it in certain ways. It has this pressure gauge that illuminates when you turn the bottle on, and that'll tell you how much air is left in the RIC bottle. And so when you open the RIC bag, what's inside is a 1 hour bottle. On our SCBAs, we currently have 30-minute bottles. We're soon to go to 45-minute bottles, but right now we have 30-minute rated bottles. This is a 60-minute bottle. So if a firefighter goes down for whatever reason and they need, if they're having an air emergency, things can happen such as just running out of air. Things can happen such as their regulator getting broken or dislodged. Their masks can fail to compromise the integrity of their mask. So many different things can happen to a downed firefighter, and the RIC pack can help mitigate many different things. So if a firefighter who is disoriented, lost, running out of air, and if they call a mayday, the RIC team will come in, and if all the firefighter needs is a little bit of air, what the RIC team can do is they can take this high pressure hose and they can connect it to what's called UAC and do a hot fill. And what that is it takes half of this air and it equalizes this bottle. So 60 minutes, 30-minute bottle, they'll equalize. Now you have 30 more minutes there. If the firefighter trips or something collapses on them and dislodges their face piece or damages their face piece, cracks the face piece, RIC team can come in and there's an extra face piece in there with an extra regulator. So what we can do is connect this face piece in the regulator.
depending if they have enough air in their bottle, likely we'll just connect it to our buddy breather right here, low pressure hose, connect it to this side. And then put the mask on that firefighter and then help them out. They might only need a regulator, so we can just take their regulator off their mask might be fine, and we'll replace it with this regulator. Another option, their mask might be fine, the regulator might be fine, but they need a longer supply of air. We can connect this breather this buddy breather, and you marry them together and it gives you about 7 feet worth of tether, and you can get dragged out or go out of the building that way. So there's many different options that the RIC team can do to help that down firefighter if they're having an air emergency. That's not the only thing the RIC team can do. Like I said, they have a cache of tools to use while going inside to help that firefighter get out. But air is premium in structure fire. It's a 30-minute bottle, but you use that 30 minutes very fast. It gives you about 15 to 20 minutes when you're working hard. It's not 30 minutes. Other than that, if you had any other questions.
Actually, what did the grant actually pay for?
Yeah, so the grant paid for our SCBAs. SCBAs, and to include the piece of equipment that firefighter paramedic Potter mentioned. So the total, it's a combination of the whole system, and the system has a lifespan. And like many other things, as technology and improvements with metals and connections improve, it's an opportunity to update that system.
Did we update the 45-minute bottle?
Yes, sir. Yes, so in total, and we did that partially because the improvements of the metal and composites that surround it have improved to make it lighter in order for us to carry them and be in them on.
When they're full, what kind of pressure do they have?
I'm sorry.
When they're full, what kind of pressure are they?
4,500 on site.
The maintenance, you think, right? You know, weddings, equipment, how often is it checked?
Yes, sir. So there's a daily check by the firefighter coming on duty to ensure all their equipment is in steady readiness. And then there's annual inspections by FCPA technicians, and I believe it's 5 years on hydro for the bottles to ensure they're capable of holding those pressures. The engines and the truck in particular carry a significant number of replacement bottles. So we had that on the fire Saturday night where the crews interior on the second floor had consumed the bottles and needed to exit and do a swap before they could get back into the fight, as well as our breathing support unit, the board authorized, I think 4 years ago now, has a compressor. So should we run down on available bottles for an extended incident, we have the ability to fill bottles on scene. And then we also purchase a replacement compressor in the fire station. So we have a fixed facility as well for filling bottles.
So is this equipment on the fire truck?
Yes, sir. All trucks carry, all engines carry. So as firefighter Cotter mentioned, upon arrival, first will be interior attack, search, vent group to the roof, and then right around the last unit arriving, the first alarm, you establish the rapid intervention crew so that you have folks in a state of readiness. And this came out of a number of fatality fires, specifically a 2001 fire in Phoenix, where a firefighter became trapped in the cold storage portion of a supermarket. And everyone is fully involved and work, everyone's got their hands busy. And at the moment that they realized that there was a firefighter trapped in an interior space running low on air, there was no one ready to go get him. Everyone wanted to, but everyone was busy holding back the fire, doing other things, and it took time to organize the search that went to get him. And out of that and several other similar incidents, the RIC concept was born, and it's something we trained for. It's included in our scenario, and really deliberate about it because you don't know you need it until you need it. So you see RIC established on what it looks like a nothing fire. It's very easy to shake your head. So what are we doing? right until someone gets trapped in the thing you didn't know was there, or basement, whatever the case may be. And then having a crew who has a dedicated purpose, there's a procedure to putting them on a dedicated channel. And their sole purpose is to get this person. And then that's particularly helpful because you're on a ticking clock associated with the amount of air remaining. Generally speaking, at about a half bottle, it's time to think about heading out. But if something were to happen when your bottle is low and if you're working hard, a 45-minute bottle does not last 45 minutes.
So what sort of meter do you have that shows how much area you have?
You have a gauge. So we have one on our SCBA. We have two green lights that said you're between 75% and 100% full. And then you have one green light, which means you're 50% full to 75%. Then you have an amber light, and then you have a blinking red light. And it's blinking red, that means you have a quarter of your tank left, which is mere minutes essentially. Same thing on this. 4,500 PSI, 60-minute bottle. The concept is the same thing, two green lights, one green light, one amber light, one red light.
Well, it's most annoying noise.
Yeah, when it gets down to that red blinking light, you have an audible bell that also starts ringing, and so you better be already out by then.
The lights are helpful as well because that allows a captain to check on their crew quickly. And not everyone, there's people who are particularly greedy breathers. And so not everyone breathes down the bottle at the same rate. So you can quickly do a check to visually see where your crew is at and who's ahead, because the crew comes in together and goes out together, and the lowest air drives the decision to leave. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, great presentation.
Firefighter Connor and his crew, they back to the station. Appreciate the information. I'm available for any questions. If any, no other further questions.
I have a this is a fire attack question, I guess, but I've noticed in the district, more and more metal roofs. Where I live, there's some giant houses that have metal roof. I just really briefly, what happens on trying to ventilate a metal roof? Just a special training for that, or tools.
So allegedly, the fire on the miner the other night, our firefighters had to physically pull our fire chief off of the roof, allegedly. I'm gonna let Chief Whitaker answer that for the metal roof.
So they didn't have a metal roof.
They did not. They had a membrane roof.
Yeah.
That had some characteristics of metal roof. Specifically, the interior was treated as a metal roof, which is made particularly hard because a TS 300 is not light. I'm sure Powder knows the number. I don't remember what they weigh. They weigh a lot. And there's a 14-inch centrifugal spinning object in the other end that causes it to want to walk. And doing that overhead on an 8-foot ceiling is hard. To your point, though, sir, metal roof, specialized tools, just like a comp roof, just like a cedar shake roof, just like a tile roof. Ventilating a roof is a specialized skill that requires specialized tools. There's not any other setting, any industry, any time where at night in the rain, you would cut a hole in a roof without having planned it out in advance. So a standing seam metal roof, or more difficult, a significant number of what appear to be tile roofs are actually metal tiles made to look like terracotta. It was in vogue in the late 70s. We love those, both forms, Birdstop, for wildfire safety, big fan. For ventilating, they represent the same challenge of cutting a roof. You just use a different tool, you can. Our carbide tip ventilation saws will cut metal. It's not as great to use that. You can also use a circular saw. Then it's a two-step process because underneath the standing seam metal is sheathing. And underneath that are the rafters you don't want to cut. So if you were to approach it with a circular saw, you would have to cut your 4x4 with the circular saw, taking a light touch, and then come back, cut and louver with a chainsaw. But with the carbide bit we run on the ventilation saws, which are a different saw than we use for trees, like a tree down. it will cut through just about anything, which means that specialized training has to include not cutting the rafter that you're standing, which is a part of, I think, every firefighter's initial training that you do not forget.
Otherwise these guys get involved. Yeah.
But yeah, it becomes a little Wile E. Coyote off the cliff. At least that's how I've always visualized it, as I was particularly diligent during my truck days about making sure that my crew and I did not go through a hole with my own makeup.
Do metal roofs, and I'm just thinking, I don't think so, but do they have like some kind of slats in them where you can stand, or are they just?
No, depending on the pitch, they can be very slippery if it's raining. This does go back to a related point, and we saw some of this on the minor road fire. I support renewable energy, just like everyone else. I have solar panels on my roof. When you get on a roof, you need room to do the thing you are there to do. Things such as solar panels inhibit our access, and there are code requirements that have come out of some of the early unregulated solar panel installations where firefighters found they could not get onto the roof because there were solar panels right up to the edge. As I'm sure you can imagine, with all the gear, we just saw this with Powder trying to get out of the room in Wolves with all those things. Well, imagine in turnouts and a helmet with a tool in his hand in the rain on a slippery surface. You need some room to work and to do so safely before you sort of bumble your way off the roof to an early retirement. So the challenge then becomes just room to work in the environment. And if it is a metal roof in the rain, it's very slippery. The standard move there is to take a trash hook, which is an 8-foot shaft with a pair of metal prongs. Take the greatest golf swing you've ever conjured, sink that into the roof, and that becomes your foot placement. Or you can take a roof ladder, which is a shorter ladder specifically designed for this purpose. Take that to the roof, put the roof ladder down, and then you work off of the roof ladder so the rungs form the basis of your footing. If you need to get off, you can do the trash hook, and then you can move out. The challenge then, of course, becomes a roof ladder is what, 12 inches, 8 inches wide? They're not very wide. I have gigantic feet. There's not enough room to put my foot laterally on the rung of a roof ladder. And now you're slinging a chainsaw on there with all this stuff going on. And complex is a significant understatement for how it goes down, which is a long way getting back to regional points. So specialized training, specialized tools, absolutely.
And I guess as technology keeps changing, you know, a lot of us are having car charging stations and batteries and things like that. You got to keep up on.
Yeah, and it's scary because those things are normally retrofitted onto the home, and you can encounter things in places you were not expecting them. And each home is different, and it's a riddle or puzzle that you have to unfold in real time. While especially for the folks on the roof, the clock is ticking because they need to get that hole opened up as the interior crew makes access to the seat of fire and opens the bail. And if that sequencing is off, bad things happen. So there's not a lot of time to stop and ponder and ask someone, hey, what about? And this goes to the point I made a few times. We don't get to call 911. So you and the crew and the tools on the rig need to be put together in whatever combination is required to solve that even problem.
Is there any aspect of this that we should think about updating our fire code to require in the attic sprinklers or smoke detectors or maybe those kind of things so that it's great that we go, it's amazing, we go put all these things out, but it makes it, I assume, less dangerous and a lot of things if something that's not a person puts water and stuff, right?
Extraordinary fan, tag your it to the fire marshal, is, I think I've discussed with the board, in my attic, there are sprinklers and a rate of rise detector. You don't want a regular detector because of the dust up there. But my attic is sprinklered, and there's a 4x4 scuttle hole in the roof because I was working on the truck when I was building the house. I was thinking about that later.
But I guess with relatively inexpensive, PVC or whatever they use for the plastic instead of having the copper or even the steel, it's probably a lot cheaper to put in now than it was 20 years ago.
Yes, sir. And if you're doing a major remodel and doing it anyway, it's literally probably hundreds of dollars, if that. We'll take a look at what we can do and whether or not there's some ordinance action we can do outside of the fire code. It's gonna be a while for the next cycle. See if there's some things we can do to compel that as a low cost, high
Or even
end.
just education, just to say, rather than requiring it, you could just say, hey, here's a really cheap thing you can do to make your house not look like one of those ones you saw in the pictures.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, and I think it starts with information like this, and discussions in the public forum for best practices and things that can happen.
Thank you.
No other questions? Thank you very much.
All right, so Marcia, we can get back to the order.
Mhm.
All right, hijacking the slide.
I will go,
We'll start off, we have, first we have the finance report.
yes. Yeah, I've got to get up there. Mhm.
Good evening, directors. We have a brief finance report this evening. We'll start with the strike team reimbursement update. Next slide, please, Marcia. So our strike team receivable to date is $633,341. We have received payments from OES of $392,551. So there is a net receivable outstanding of $240,790. We have received invoices for all the incidents and assignments to date, and so that means that the payments are in process. Next slide, please, Marcia. The Tunnel East Bay Hills financial update. The project budget is $6.3 million. We have invoiced CAL FIRE through September 30th of 2023, $1.1 million. And we have received payments from CAL FIRE of the same amount. So we're all up to date on payments from CAL FIRE. So the outstanding receivable at this point is 0. We do have fourth quarter 23 expenses that have not yet been billed in the amount of $716,000. Those are going to be billed this month in January. And so those are the expenses currently outstanding. In December, we agreed to an amendment to the grant agreement, which was basically just a revision, a reallocation of the budget to reallocate some funds to other expenses and salary benefits that were not included in the original budget. So we just reallocated some expenses, and that has been approved. The fourth quarter 23 invoice, as I said, will be submitted by the end of this month. Treasury bill update. The district now has.
Quick question on that. So
Yeah.
it says, we know it's $1. I assume you know what it is. So we've been billed by somebody for that?
Yes, so we have paid the companies that are doing work for us, the tree companies. We have paid their invoices, and now we have to submit their invoices to CAL FIRE for reimbursement.
And we only do that quarterly instead of monthly?
We have been doing it quarterly. The intention was to start doing it monthly. However, because we needed to have this amendment done to the grant agreement for expenses, we were not able to submit anything until that amendment was agreed upon, and it was approved at the end of December. So now going forward, we will be able to submit expenses monthly rather than quarterly.
Thank you.
The district now has $24.7 million invested in treasury bills, and you can see the treasury bill maturity laid out there. They go from January through June of 2024. Staff will project cash flows as the T-bills mature to determine the amount of reinvestment available. Next slide, please, Marcia. Other items, the Coastal Conservancy grant, we did some fencing there and have paid our first invoice. So we will be submitting our request for reimbursement this week for the first time under that grant, and that will be for $25,000. We are working on W-2s and 1099s, which will all be distributed in January. The interim audit for fiscal year 24 has been scheduled for the first week of March, for the week of March 11th. And the development of the annual operating budget for fiscal year 25 has begun. That concludes my report, unless there are any questions.
This is directed to Danziger, maybe it's a cheap question, but the fencing, is that for the John Muir land?
Yes, sir, for Painted Rock.
And it's up?
It's going in, as are, I think the corrals and gates have been ordered as well.
Oh.
But they were out humming right along. I think we've been delayed a little bit by the weather, but we anticipate having that completed very soon. The contractor's been doing a great job, executing according to spec. Dennis has been out keeping an eye on it, and the John Muir Land Trust folks have been very involved and very happy. And we anticipate them being able to put cattle on as soon as the spring.
Okay.
So just one more thing, just on the general wasn't in this presentation, but in the financials that were included in the package, it looked like our ambulance revenue was significantly behind forecast.
So the ambulance revenue is there's the reports in there are through December 31st. However, there's a delay for Whitman giving it to us. So it's really only our activity for 5 months through November 30. So we're about on track. And at the next board meeting, there'll be a full mid-year review where we'll have their activity through December 31st. So we'll be able to give an update.
Any other questions for finance? All right, thank you. Thank you, Mary. Next, we'll have the human resource report, Christine Russell.
Thank you. Good evening, directors. Tonight I have a recruitment and employment change update. So the first is a recruitment update. So firefighter paramedic training. So we have 5 trainees going through the Confire Academy. They started on January 8th. So hopefully they will go through the 20 weeks of the academy and be successful. For the fuels mitigation specialists, I'm happy to announce that we are at full staffing. Yes. So we're at full staffing right now, and as you can see, if the employment changes, we have Philip Davis and Tyler Opduck, and so they have started in the last few months. So they are people that have completed our staffing.
Are they grant funded positions?
So one was and one was a regular budgeted position. And then finally our promotional fire engineer exam. So that will be final filing deadline will be April 7th. And then we will be hosting the examination process on April 9th, 10th, and 11th. So we will be doing that. Unless there's any questions, that will conclude my update.
I would like to point out the obvious that Christine and Mona have onboarded 7 new employees, as well as completing the background on a 6th potential firefighter trainee, all in very short order, and we got them processed and through the door very efficiently with not a lot of extra time to spare. The battalion chief, Steve Gailing, has been intimately involved with the folks at High Fire, overseeing the academy process, making sure our folks are getting properly integrated there, and that has been going very well, and we're tremendously appreciative. Con Fire for finding spots for us. Of our training options, that is by far our best one. We've been working on that relationship for a while to create the opportunity. So Chief Gailing's doing a very good job of overseeing that and ensuring that we're not representing an undue burden, and that we're engaged, and that there are things associated with the growth, firefighter trainees growth in the academy, that is helpful to have someone from your own agency delivering that message. And Chief Galen's been integrated with their staff to ensure that those words of encouragement are coming from us.
Good job. Thank you.
All right, Fire Marshal report, Jeff Isaacs.
Good evening, directors. At the December meeting, what I like to do is kind of do a year in review for you of everything that we did in 23. We also put up there the numbers for 21, 22, as well as 23. It gives us a chance to go back and look at trends and see if we need to adjust anything or change anything that we're doing. Call out just some noticeable trends and differences in the numbers. From 21 and 22 to 23, you can see the drop off in the number of ditch complaints that we've received. Part of that, I believe, is to the wet winter that we had last year, as well as a significant amount of our trees did die and they were removed, and we didn't see a new one or a new die out. The number of assessments have gone up from 1,986 in 21. We had a high last year, 3,556. We dropped down a little bit this year with 2,952. In 22, we had staff members that it was their second season, so they were a lot more productive. They knew what they were doing. The software didn't slow them down. Where in 23, we had new staff members on that we were onboarding and we were, training as well as we were doing the inspections. Number of citations, you can see, from 21, there was 43. And then we jumped up, 491 and 22 up to, 567 and 23. Education still remains our focus, to work with our homeowners, our property owners, and educate them to the requirements of not only the fire code, but district ordinances. And when that fails, as you can see, we go to citations. Our closed cases, when we closed, 21, we ended up with, I lost my spot there. Yes. And then we had 166 when we ended 22. At the end of that year, we had 166 cases. And we've been able to get it down. We're down to when 23 ended, we had 45 cases open. So we're still working to close those out. There are no cases from 21 or 22 that are still open. And again, working to close out the 23 cases. Our state mandated occupancy, we're working. Yes, sir.
Would you want me to ask at the very end or?
No, whatever you like.
So my impression would be that, yes, the number of inspections went down from 22 to 23, but the kind of inspections we did might have changed also, because I think we did a lot of the motorcycle with the 16-foot pole or whatever, driving on the 15-foot pole.
It was an e-bike.
Which eventually counted as, I don't know if you counted those or not, but this year I think we were much more systematic and thorough, but detailed and did more backyards, did more a lot of things. So I think they were probably more time intensive, but also rigorous.
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely.
Comprehensive, sir. And that changes the number. So we touched fewer parcels, but the parcels we touched were touched in a much more comprehensive manner. One of the challenges that I think is a little bit confounding data from 2022 is a lot of those got a pass and we never saw the side to the backyard. The fire does not care that one side of the house is compliant. It will find the gap. So I have much more confidence, and I believe the map tells the story, that the inspections that you see in 2023 are quality inspections. The department, and prevention specifically, has also grown with regard to experience and our comfort levels of doing this. Jeff and Gordon and Steve have done a lot of these and have gotten much better at it. And we're just more efficient. We're more consistent. And I think as the closure rate shows, we have gotten smarter about how to bring people across the line to completing the work, while significantly reducing our reliance on notices to abate. 368 to 1 to 0 speaks to our movement away from liens as the primary way to get folks.
But the other thing I think we also did was send people out with free education, I'll call it. So again, it takes time. It's the same folks. So we had the ambassadors go out. We had your folks go out and say, hey, we're going to be coming in a month. Here's the kind of things you need to do. That's different than an inspection per se, but I think that probably caused a lot of work to happen. But again, I like that process. I think that really helps.
Yes, sir. It gave us an opportunity to leverage a number of community organizations, one of which is our Firewise network, where those telling them, and the Firewise leaders are usually the ones who are truly committed to the cause of fire prevention and fire adaptation, not always matched by the same enthusiasm of their neighbors. And so being able to utilize that network to push out the information that here's why this matters, here's what the requirements are, and here's the date that there's going to be an inspector in your neighborhood, gave those folks a tool they could use to encourage some who might not otherwise be taking up the shears and the trimmer and getting to work. So we think there's, from our perspective, we would love to get to where every one of our assessments is a pass and the ticket book sits unused. And anything we can do to preload that conversation, I think is helpful. This year's priority areas will build on last year's priority areas. And our hope is that folks have talked to their neighbors down the street who relay, oh gosh, they're coming to your neighborhood. Well, they came here last year and this is what it looked like. And this is what I did to comply. And the feedback we've gotten from many of those neighborhoods is, and I wish I had done it sooner, because I like how it looks and I like the sense of fire safety and the tie to insurance and all those sort of things. And we're hoping the proximity of this year's areas to last year's we'll have some bleed over effect where the corporate knowledge that was built in that neighborhood is influencing the decision to abate, not abate in those areas that will be this year.
Good job.
One thing, Director Jordan's to your point, sir, one of those Firewise, members went out to those neighborhoods. When we came in, we would see 1 and 2, maybe 3 violations. Where neighborhoods that didn't have that, it was 5 and 6 violations, per parcel. So absolutely that, made a difference for us. Our mandated occupancy inspections were, hit the occupancies. The schools were working with school staff. There was a lot of very minor, violations found, stuff they didn't know about. So educating them, getting them to fix, those, minor issues. I'm working with Moraga. I have to set a meeting with the Moraga school superintendent. She asked for a meeting because there were some budget items, some things that they needed to do on their side to plan to fix and correct some of these things. So it's an ongoing issue for us, still working on the R2 inspections with St. Mary's. Property transfers, you know, numbers have fluctuated a little bit, but that still keeps us fairly busy. Next slide, please. There are the plan reviews, seasonal drop in plan review over the past couple of years. Our chipping dropped a little bit last year as well. Home hardening grant.
Why did the chipping go down so much? Because I think the window was super busy.
I don't have the Orinda number, sir. For us, our chipper, we have 2 or 3 neighborhoods that really rely on it. The Camp Lindo neighborhood is one that they'll use it for 10 to 14 days. They've done their heavy lifting, so now those 10 and 14 days are down to maybe 5 days. Orinda has picked up a lot of the stuff, and we will come in when somebody calls us. We're absolutely coming into Orinda, but a lot of times the citizens are calling the Orinda chipper. And we work with the city when they get too busy or their chipper's down for service, we're backfilling behind them to come in and take care of those issues. But I think one of the big reasons is the people that believe in the program and use the program have done the major lifting of their work. So now we kind of don't have any more customers there that are calling for service that much. Our home hardening grant program is going very well. Prevention staff has been out there a couple nights with Dennis Rain and the volunteers, just issuing that out. The event mesh, it should say residents that signed up, not residents served, because we'd have somebody come in and grab a whole, roll and say, I'm taking this to my neighborhood. So we don't know how many homes they service with that. We just know how many people came and grabbed it. We still have requests for the event mesh that my staff cuts every week and moves out for the homeowners. Our 24 plan, with the new employees coming on board, employee training, walking them through our codes, how to use the software system to be efficient. Inspections, community outreach, the pile burning, chipper training for the new employees. We're still working on the field break. We've slowed down with the Tunnel East Fade Hills field break, where instead of using a contract crew to come in, we're using crew 12 with 6 to 7 people working in areas where they don't have to work on the gravel or dirt fire road, so we're not tearing up our fire road system. So right now they're working in Wilder. They have approximately 100 piles established, and we'll start burning that in February. Second quarter, chipping, community outreach, mandated inspections, our business inspections. That's the second quarter is when I want to get into our adult daycare inspections. That will allow us to finish up with the schools and the occupancies, and then we'll be able to reach into the adult daycare. Third quarter is when we really get into our inspections, enforcement, hearings, and again, the community outreach to pre-notice those neighborhoods that we're going to need to target this year for inspections. Then fourth quarter is just kind of a cleanup, continuing the inspections, enforcement, and all that stuff. Next slide, please.
How's it going with the bamboo and uniforms?
Well, sir, before Christmas in December, we created door hangers as just a advisement, a friendly advisement. When the staff was out driving around and they saw some, they would leave the door hanger. Within 2 to 3 days of issuing maybe 150 of those friendly reminders, I think we got 48 to 50 calls, upset, yelling, screaming at us. So it took some time to educate the folks as to why, this was so important for them to do, but also that it was on the books since 20 when we adopted the 20 fire code. So we've got a lot of negative feedback. But we have had people doing the work, they're calling us, asking for contractors or stuff like that. We've had a few people call and say, I'm not doing it, who do I need to talk to? So prior to January 1st, the implementation, we weren't granting extensions, modifications, or anything because the ordinance wasn't in effect yet. So since then, what we're doing right now is we're issuing a door hanger that gives you just a notice. That's a friendly reminder that this is now enforceable. And you'll see in a little bit on a map that we have identified areas. We'll go back in 14 days. At that 14-day mark, it's a pre-citation, giving them 30 days to comply. And then we start the citation. Again, a lot of negative, upset property owners, but people are doing the work. You'll drive around the community, you'll see some of the areas that it has come out.
This is a thought. You already say all this, but the whole Juniper left behind and Sleepy Hollow in that area. The whole neighborhood got behind it, and it's literally denuded of those bad things. And people, I think, so if you tell them that your neighbors have done it, I think that it's kind of softens the blow a little bit at least.
So our primary plan is to have Rob Schroeder live in other neighborhoods on a rotating basis, so he and Carol Porvelli can implement that. It has been a challenge though, because people have, why wasn't I told about this? When did this occur? And why does it have to apply to me? And how do I get exemption? Entries. 2020 at a public board meeting, city council, town council, county board of soups, and there are no exemptions to this extension. If it makes sense, but not exemption, not named.
There's also offering the free chicken.
Yes, sir, we do.
And some rain guards.
Here is the list of the top 20 violations that we have. I use this to focus our education. In zone 0 still is our #1 violation that we see out there in the 15-foot clearance over the roadway. Next slide, please, Marcia. Directors, on the next couple slides is our citations that we have issued and outstanding fines. It's not just the 500s that we traditionally show at the meetings, but we broke it down as I started to look at this, looked at how much people owe us out there. And when we totaled up all our citations, we were just over $88,000 citation. Now, 50,000 is for St. Mary's and their nuisance alarm fees. But the remainder of that, just over $38,000 is in violations. We have a program through our data collection or data ticket that they work to collect those fees, but I just wanted to share that number in the violations with the board.
This is for 23, if I understand, only.
Yes, sir. That's good.
Are there any holdover from?
Everything from 22 should be closed out, but I will have to confirm that with the guys.
So we actually collecting this money.
How do you close it out?
If the violations are corrected, sir. So some of the folks we deal with, hey, I have violations, I paid my fine to go away. Well, if paying your fine doesn't correct the violation, you still have to correct the violation. So we have those folks, but we're educating them, working with them, talking to them. And we have a third-party system that we send our citations to, and they handle the collection for us.
And if they don't have a hearing,
If they don't pay us, then data ticket will.
It ends up at the franchise tax board, basically, and then we attach their state tax return or any lottery winnings. And we have started getting some checks from franchise tax board for those collections.
but we don't attempt to do property tax, attaching it to their.
It's not always.
Yeah, just for liens for work.
Well, but I assume everybody around is most people in state taxes, so. So we actually are collecting, we aren't just waiving them, if they do the work, we're still, if they haven't done it on a timely basis, we're still.
Yes, sir. We do have cases where people ask for a fee waiver, fuels mitigation, manager Gordon Graham will do 100 and 200s. In those cases, he'll look at them, anything 500, he kicks it to me and I sit down and review it with the chief. I'm okay with, hey, a $100. Our fines aren't to make, or our citations aren't to make money, they're to gain compliance with fire code, as we've always said. 100, hey, we got your attention, you complied with fire code. 200, you kind of pushing us aside, you're not listening, we're coming out, we're trying to talk to you, we're attempting the education, but there are times where we will waive that 200. At the $500, we've committed a lot of staff time, going out, education, trying to reach out to these folks that I'm not up to just, hey, we got the work done, let's waive it. Our time has cost, and I think, Chief, that's something Chief and I look at, review all the case files, make sure there's no extenuating circumstances. Say I had a death in the family, I was on vacation, and I didn't know about this, I got sent to the wrong address.
Right. Thank you.
Residential inspection.
So these are residential inspection maps. So here's the 23 maps, the green areas, and a little bit of red that are still in there are areas that haven't got switched over to green when I made the map, or they're part of those 40-some cases that are still remaining from 23. But those are our priority areas, and they'll be inspected for 23. The red that are large parcels, those were ways to identify for me and my staff, the large parcels that were over, I think it was 5 acres. We asked to be identified. Next slide, please. This one is our priorities for 24, the highlighted yellow areas. And I have another map that'll show this, it'll fill in the gaps from the 23. You will see some red on this 24 map. Those are our junipers. That's where staff has gone out and given the door hangers for the junipers. Next slide, please.
So does that, the area that's in yellow, over, see, is basically the whole Sleepy Hollow, Daniels, all that area. And minor erosion.
Go ahead, next slide, please, Marshall. So directors, following the board's direction to focus our inspections in the 23 by neighborhood, where we start to see the network effect and the aggregate value of multiple parcels in close proximity being inspected, which aligns with the fire science and best practices. We focus in 23 on those points of entry up north. So the Downs itself, Sleepy Hollow proper, that area along Orinda Woods, where we're always concerned about a roadside start running up those. It's one of our only south to north fire spread scenarios. So the fire start off 24 running up the north side of that grassy slope into those homes on the blade up top. As well as on the northern end of Glorietta, where it transitions into Lafayette, and we don't control fire safety activity on the side. It's a significant elevation change coming up Glorietta from Lafayette and exposure to full value north winds there. As well as Camp Lindo, which we've always been concerned given the proximity to the watershed, the reservoir, and the large number of people that use that area. 97% of fires in Mediterranean counties in California are anthropogenic in origin, is caused by humans. There are a lot of humans, there's a lot of fuel in the Lafayette Reservoir. There are a lot of opportunities for emission there, and there's precious little offset between the Campo Lindo neighborhood and the fire district boundary, which is generally people's back fence out there, as well as down south in Bollinger, where we got after some of those areas we were worried, or sorry, in Sanders, where we were concerned about fire coming off of the grasslands between Bollinger and St. Mary's and Sanders Ranch. So those were the 2023 priority areas. The 24 areas are intended to fill in the gaps. And we really, We had additional areas that we had lower on the priority list for 23 that we didn't get to. Being very careful, we didn't bite off more than we could chew. We did not want to have more outstanding open cases than we could close. That was a hard lesson learned in 2020. When we got a little ahead of our skis and we had more, and so we went out and aggressively looked at a lot of stuff. You know, a lot of people called with questions and citations, and we were overwhelmed, and our customer service and experience suffered. So this year, the yellow is intended to fill in the gaps of the green, with a focus on Bear Ridge and the Sleepy Hollow Swim and Tennis area, which closes the gap between the Sleepy Hollow area and the Downs, and then across Ladderwasser and that upper minor that we worked on the evacuation route last year, as well as coming down to pick up some of those areas along the south side of the Lafayette Reservoir leading up to Mulholland that builds off of attempting essentially to close the gap, wrapping around from North Glorieta to Campo. Some work over on coming up into Knickerbocker and the slopes opposite to the south of the BART station, which that bay, north facing slope of the bay, if fire gets in there, it's going to be very, very difficult to get those people out and firefighters in based on limited access. And then building on the work off of Green in and around St. Mary's to close up that gap that will augment the work that we're doing with it's on East Bay Hill shaded fuel break that will come to that area. So not a great map because of we made too heavy on the lot lines on this one. But it's really intended to continue to build out the perimeter with that. I'm sorry, two areas I should have called out. Manzanita, so north of Minor, that will really do great things to build upon that interior fuel break, natural fuel buffer of the golf course fairways along both sides of Minor. Manzanita's got some areas of one way in, one way out, and exposure to the watershed lands to the north. That will build on the work done in Sleepy Hollow. And then just a brief foray into the northern portions of El Toronal, where there are two one-way roads or non-circulatory single means of egress road neighborhoods, both of which we're going to get after. That area is of particular concern due to proximity to the roadside and the number of motorists that use Camino Pablo to San Pablo Dam as a commute route, meaning a high potential for a vehicle fire there, as we saw a couple months ago at the intersection of Wildcat Canyon and Camino Pablo, as well as the potential for embercast from Northwind fire burning up in the watershed. Just with the way the topography and the channelization of the canyon that runs along the creek system there, that area is going to see a lot of wind and a lot of embers. As the wind hits the El Toronal slope and it starts to make that turn, a lot of embers are going to fall out of the wind column and land across that neighborhood, potentially with some negative outcomes. So that was our attempt to start building or continue to build out the northern buttress, close up the gap on some of the interior exposures associated with Lafayette Reservoir, and then some targeted work to tie into where we have been with the Tunnel East Bay Hills fuel break off of around St. Mary's and in and around Lost Valley, where we've always had some concern about those folks being out. Be happy to answer any questions from the directors. There are additional areas that we don't think we're going to get to, but are on the back burner in case we move quickly. And this is really one of our major selling points to residents, is that if you are aware of the requirements and you do your part to gain compliance, and self-report, best case scenario, or at least do the work, but don't self-report, our inspector will walk by, give you a high five and keep on going, which frees up resources to go after other areas so that more people will be compliant, so we get closer to our goal of all 14,000 parcels in the district being fire safe, which is really what we need for adaptation, because this is a fire dependent landscape. Fire is supposed to burn here. Fire will burn here, as it did in our area in 1910, 1923, 1970, and 1991. We are past due for the next one. And we have a limited amount of time until that fire occurs to increase the amount and the density of properties with defensible space and home hardening, so that when fire burns, as it is intended to in this area, it'll burn right around our community. And then we will watch all those grasslands pop back and look even nicer the next year without experiencing catastrophic wildfire. All right, hijack the presentation.
So the red is Juniper.
Yes, sir, on that map, for the 23-24. Those were areas that, we've gone out and noticed the juniper left the door hangers that would come back in 14 days and start with receptation process.
I'll go to the subdivision survey.
Directors, Assembly Bill 2911, I think it was 19 or 20, was passed, and it required CAL FIRE to review statewide communities that had 30 or more dwelling units that only had one access and one point of egress into the community. So back in 20, we surveyed the fire district. We gave them our areas. They have finally had a chance to review them, make comments. As you'll see here, we have starting at this point, that is Bollinger Canyon, moving around towards the bottom to the left, community of Canyon. Then there's up by J&J Ranch, just north of the country club there. Then we jump above 24 by El Coronel, Monte Vista, and Manzanita. So Chief and I looked at these, the comments that CAL FIRE review team was going to submit to the Board of Forestry. We noticed some errors. I had a meeting with the review team members last week. We got those corrected, and then we found out that we can also go to the Resource Protection Committee meeting. It's a subcommittee of the Board of Forestry to offer up additional comments. Chief and I are working on creating those comments. I've signed up. I will be at the board meeting, their board meeting next week, to read into the record the additional recommendations that the MOFD has for these areas. So just recommendations, they're not mandatory, but it lays that groundwork for land use planning purposes, fire protection, and kind of tying everything together. Go ahead.
I would like to recognize this is where Jeff brings a great deal of experience from the state system to understand these things and know where to look and know who to call. These are the recommendations that are being submitted to the Board of Forestry. It is clear to me that the fire districts, surrounding fire districts and fire departments at some point are going to be asked about these documents. And so it is critical that we are involved in the process and submit our comments so they're recorded into the record to if there are any errors. There is a case in the viewer of a panoramic neighborhood in Berkeley, 2/3 of which is actually in Oakland, and its flag is being a Berkeley neighborhood. So there's things like that it's confusing around here. There's a lot of very unique elements to where the lines were drawn, and it's important that we've brought along our partners from the Regional Fire Service, have reviewed these. Where there are errors, we have submitted corrective correspondence, and where there are opportunities to add other elements that reference back to state fire safe laws that are not included in this checklist, that we do so the record reflects an accurate, it accurately reflects the conditions on the ground, since this will become part of the record associated with the subdivision.
So now it's part of the record. What does that mean?
Means the Board of Forestry will put it in a file that will live somewhere in an electronic repository, and it will report to the legislator that we have complied with your intent.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what's the intent of identifying those parcels?
There's two intents. One has to do with land use planning and ensuring that there's an inventory of communities that have been built without multiple means of egress, and to ensure those communities are aware that they are a high risk, non-circulatory traffic pattern, and to make recommendations that include things such as consider constructing secondary means of access and egress. In the case Canyon, Bollinger, Manzanita, and El Coronel, that's simply not possible, but we appreciate the comments. We also think there's an opportunity to cite relevant sections of CCR Title 14 which speaks to evacuation route maintenance and clearance. So we're not going to be able to make a new road in Bollinger, we know that. But we can certainly encourage folks to do roadside clearance so the existing road is more accessible and is not impacted by low-hanging overhead trees and impinging vegetation maintained in violation of state law. There's also under CCR Title 4290, the long-awaited green belts and fuel break standard that the Board of Forestry recently published. There are requirements for green belts and fuel breaks associated with new construction. It doesn't apply retroactively, but neither does multiple points of egress. And so we've highlighted for the board of forestry that if they are pointing out recommendations of things that are not required but would be best practices, we believe it would be relevant to include the PRC 4290 reference to green belts and field breaks surrounding isolated communities in fire-prone areas. That is a worthy goal. In some of these areas, particularly areas where we put fire on the ground at the top of Redwood Highway and Canyon, that would be something to be worthy of consideration under these guidelines, become a maintained park or some other green belt that would be resistant to fire in its natural state.
Quick update on the tunneling Spade Hills project. Chief, you want to take this one?
So taking advantage of the really favorable weather conditions in the late fall and the availability of Count Fire Crew 12 that was going to go into their hiatus status where they lay off the crew members for the winter, we were able to use Tunnel East Bay Hills fuel break money to keep that crew on staff on payroll working on our project. And with excellent cooperation from the Community Association Canyon, and this is on private land, not owned by a landowning public agency, we were able to get authorization from the landowners to get fire on the ground. You can see the thick thatch and a heavy fuel loading in those areas. This is on a November day where it had just rained, and you can see the way fire is carrying with no wind. Imagine what would be happening on a northeast wind day with low RH and potentially 50-mile-an-hour winds coming through that saddle. There's going to be a cannibalization effect. We were able to burn out not only this particular parcel, but up into the left, dropping down from where you see the white pickup or Tahoe Park in the middle there, to the right. We were able to work the entire north side of this ridge and get fire several hundred feet down the hill, which expanded the work the hand crew had done earlier in the season to thin out the decadent brush. We were then able to get fire into some of the understory there and clear out some grass pockets in between. East Bay Mud has committed to putting goats on that area that we burned in the spring, where it will extend. So the goats don't do great with thatch. They do wonderfully with a new fresh green grass crop that's coming up in the very well-prepared soil that has been recently burned to clear all of it out. Goats will do a great job of keeping that down and really sets conditions for multi-year maintenance of that parcel, just as we hope to do with grazing on Painted Rock to expand upon our previous prescribed fire efforts there. I like this picture in particular because of the proximity of homes. Putting fire on the ground in proximity to homes is where it has the greatest effect. Burning out half a mile to the north down in Indian Valley would not be useful because embers would fly right over Indian Valley, land in these receptive fuel beds, close the road, which is the only means of egress as called out by the Board of Forestry, and rapidly move downslope, consuming homes and potentially the lives in those homes. Putting fire on the ground next to homes is not only the most effective place to put fire on the ground, but it is the most challenging because people have a visceral reaction to fire near their home. And there are lots of questions, mostly coming down to, do you really know what you're doing? And we have absolute exceptional appreciation and gratitude to the Community Association Canyon, who worked with the residents in the community in advance of our arrival to set conditions for us to safely execute this while the community gave us some space to work. And that is not an easy, that's asking a lot of folks to let some folks come put fire on the ground right next to their homes. Those were the most effective. We had good cooperation from the landowners, and we think this is just an excellent project that will be maintained with grazing and significantly reduces the potential for fire spread to shut off the only road there and really move rapidly downslope through the homes that are in close proximity. So this is a tremendously good news story, and really hats off to the prevention team, Dennis Rain, who was instrumental in coordinating this, and the COM fire crew that came out to help us out and followed instructions to a T. And that's not always easy when you're working with someone else's agency in space. They were very receptive to the considerations and the concerns. They followed the instructions that were provided that had been negotiated with the Community Association in advance, exactly. And then the prevention staff stepped in to monitor the burn site overnight on the days we were burning there, which allowed us to extend the burn window. Because otherwise, as folks timed out at the end of the workday, we would need to have everything completely out before anyone left. Now, this includes things that are smoldering far interior and black, zero potential to spread, but we still couldn't leave something smoldering right next to people's homes. And the prevention staff quickly shifted schedules, and we were able to staff monitoring around the clock so that we burned with the crew during the day, and then the specialists held over at night with a radio, a cell phone, a flashlight, and instructions to walk the space vigorously, keeping an eye out on the smokes, and to engage the members of the community who came out to check, explain to them what had been done, explain the role they had in monitoring, and then talk them on to what they saw. Hey, you see that smoke down there? It's a single branch. I went down and checked it 10 minutes ago. It's surrounded by things that won't burn, and it'll burn down to white ash in the next 2 hours. That is a very different conversation than a resident in the middle of the night seeing glow and saying, I see something burning. I see my home. I see no one here. I'm going to dial 911. So the prevention team did an excellent job of covering that nighttime observation.
Just real quick, we're gonna start a while there and show the progress of work that's been done. The red tells the crews under which environmental document they're working. Up in the top left there, the cross section, that's where work has been completed at the end of the fourth quarter, at the end of December. So this is crew 12 doing winter work. We're able to keep them gainfully employed working on our projects, and we're not tearing up our fire roads. Next slide, please, Joshua. This is as you move down from Wilder, behind the community of Canyon. Again, the different colors just symbolize the environmental documents we need to work under. The cross sections are areas that have already been worked. In that area where the first slide showed the pictures, we burned approximately 7 acres, but we have several hundred piles. You know, at least 150, north of 150 piles that were created. We've burned close to 100 of them. We still have more to burn this spring. We put paper on them and prep them for a springtime burn that we will do in that big area there behind the community of Canyon. We will continue down Flicker Ridge as we enter the spring, summer, and into the fall. My goal is to be completely done with this by November, December 24. Next slide, please, Marsha. Again, this just shows coming off Flicker Ridge along Canyon Road there, and then jumping across the creek into East Bay Mud property. Again, the cross sections are areas we were able to go wider here. And that's where we did the field break tour truck projection. We were able to participate. That's that area that we drove through with everybody, and it will show get some pictures and do before and after, especially once the grass, the regrowth from this winter. Next slide, please. This is moving out towards the east side of Moraga up towards St. Mary's. The colored hash marks are areas that were done in this quarter. The other stuff was previously done in the other quarters. So we're getting a good handle on this. We're removing the brush. We're working with the ranchers to keep grazing. So it's a combination of removing brush, making the fire road safe by pushing back that encroaching brush, but at the same time getting the grazing in there. So we're building the depth of the field rate. Next slide, please. That's the area that we need to work coming in this spring as it goes up into St. Mary's. And next slide. Then it jumps across. You can see where we did the 150 acre painted rock burn, and then there's still areas around the homes and the fire trails that need to be worked this spring and summer. Next slide. These are the breakdown of the activity types that we were doing. So when we ended the third quarter, we had activities for 537.7 acres. By the end of the fourth quarter, we had an additional 285.8 acres. So we treated 823.6 acres for activity acres. And again, we anticipate finishing up our November, December 24th. Next slide. Here's just a breakdown of where we are. And Mary talked about this a little bit in the finance report. We did a modification to the grant, and you can see that down at the bottom listed as chipper and chipper truck. What we found is our contractors, we were being slowed down by the amount of material we were having to remove and haul off site. So we started using our truck and chipper, and we were chipping so much material, the knives in the chipper were getting old. We were having to buy new knives. I did research into the grant, talked to CAL FIRE, and we could charge for our chipper truck and our chipper. So that was the reason for the modification of CAL FIRE, to put that in there so we can get it paid for using our equipment and the maintenance that it's causing our chipper and chip truck. Next slide.
The directors may recall that what we're going to be reimbursed equals the purchase price of the unit.
Just a couple more photos. This was fire prevention staff working with Crew 12, doing some of the pile burning after we had done the broadcast burning. Wow. Next slide. Again, more pile burning, and then just pulling off to protect the trees. You see the member there in the background, squirting water, and that's just pulling the trees to protect the healthy oaks. There's members of Crew 12 doing the broadcast burning. Next slide.
That's it.
And Martin,
And this was so we did the additional the second order gutter glove has been distributed. This was a picture that came in from a resident who was had two things to point out. That one, well, three, I guess. One, they had installed it, and so which is great. Just handing it out is one thing, seeing it go in is another. So we appreciate the feedback. The other, he pointed out, this was after the significant rain and wind, and there were no leaks, so they were passing right off. And lastly, that the channelization of them was working, that it was causing the aggregate from those asphalt comp shingles were working itself right across, and it wasn't clogging. So he was very pleased it was working as designed, and was expressing his gratitude to the district and the board for authorizing this program, which now means there's one less house that'll potentially have leaves in their gutter come next fall.
You only have to do it once.
Yes, that was, I think he was pretty pleased with that part when he was speaking this before.
And so we've already done operations, so we can go ahead and go to public comment for all the announcements.
Yeah.
And we do not have any hands raised or any public comment. The next agenda item is for the consent agenda, which is for routine items. At this time, we can open up public comment for the consent agenda items to see if there's any public comment.
And we do that for the entire consent agenda, not just for each one, correct?
That is correct.
So let's open that up. Do we have public comment?
We have one hand raised.
Hi there. Look, I had my hand raised, one that was called for the previous items. I want to go through that, and I want to pull I have to go to it now. Wait a second. I do want to pull 8.1 attachment B. But I want to, I know this meeting's going a long time, so I'll be as brief as possible.
Yeah,
So
so
my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only a director can pull a consent item.
And so-
The public can recommend it.
any member of the public may I put the rule from our procedures. Any member of the public may request any board member to withdraw a consent agenda item from board consideration.
I'm not sure that's compliant with the law.
Pardon me?
I'm not sure that's compliant with the Brown Act. The research I've done on the website on the internet shows that you don't need the divine grace of a director to do this, that any member of the public is perfectly entitled to do this, so that you cannot hide stuff, and prevent it from public comment by putting it on the consent agenda. The consent agenda is not a privileged thing. It's just a matter of expediency.
Jonathan, you have the right to comment on any item that's in the consent agenda. That doesn't mean you have the right to demand that it be pulled. You may ask, and a director can agree. Otherwise, you can simply give your comment at this time.
Okay, well, my desire is to give my comment, but my hand was raised for the previous thing and it wasn't recognized. And I'm asking to be recognized to make comments on the previous item first.
Was there an opportunity, was there a requirement to ask for public comment that somehow or another we missed?
Perhaps I did not see his hand raised when we opened public comment for the announcements. So
If the director has an objections, and I would say, let's let Jonathan comment on a previous item if you wanted to comment. Go ahead, Jonathan.
it would be for the announcements,
Thank you for your
for
grace.
the announcements.
Sure.
First of all, so like I said, I'll go through this as quickly as possible. Regarding the chief's comment about people in Canyon being very appreciative of all that work done, and about his comment about usually people are wondering, you know, can we trust you? I think I speak for just about everybody when I say that we are far more afraid of a fire running house to house during fire season than we are of a fire, you know, a runaway fire up in an area where you get helicopter drops. And I think people actually understand that, you know, so I think that helps. You know, we've just had a lot of experience with these things and that helps mitigate that. The public speaker mic, Mrs. Holbrook, is muted, and that may be why you're not, it's not working for you. The one that's dead.
Are you talking about me, Jonathan?
No, the public speaker, you know, when people get up to talk, it wasn't working before. It's actually muted in the software here.
Yeah, well, appreciate you pointing that out. Let's see if we can try to.
Well, I just wanted to help out because if they're having trouble with the audio.
That is supposed to be muted. There's another external microphone that you can't see.
I see. Okay, thank you. Regarding the fire chief's discussion about all the areas that you've been concentrating the inspections and why we're concerned about this area, I would ask you very, very sincerely to please document this stuff. Please make a presentation and file it because, you know, in 5 years, there'll be another fire chief who said, oh, Chief Winokur did a lot of stuff. I don't know what it was, but it was great, wasn't it? You know, to be able for the district to be able to build on this over time and to understand what was done and why, and, you know, whatever refinements they want to make or whatever, how to continue it, I think is really important to put this down because this has never been done before. And it should not get lost to history. And I want to say to the fire marshal about the public ed and, you know, about the bamboo and juniper, why didn't I hear about this? I would recommend you tell your people to tell townsfolk that they should tune into these meetings. They're so vital and exciting, and you learn all kinds of stuff. That wouldn't have snuck up on them if they were regular attendees of these board meetings. I highly recommend it for everybody. Last thing, I had a question about that project on Estates Drive, the 18 acres. I was wondering who pays for that, what kind of maintenance is envisioned, and what's the policy for working with the John Muir Land Trust, private people, you know, where there's I mean, I'm assuming you're just stumbling across good opportunities where you realize, you know, we can put some ingredients together and bake something here. But is there some kind of policy for doing this? I mean, is this something that's trying to grow? That's my question.
Just so one clarification and then answer the question with the board's
Go ahead.
information. I said we were appreciative of Canyon. I wouldn't be able to speak for the community of Canyon with regard to appreciation. Secondly, for estates, the resident is paid for the mitigation. So private money, private land, private resources. And because of the significant increase in cost, which extend the project and take away from our goal of moving it into compliance as quickly as possible, the district has put up the district resources to burn the piles, which in the incorporated areas is essentially unavailable to members of the public. When there are opportunities where that makes sense, we extend those opportunities to the residents, but what it makes sense has got to be a combination of there is not another viable means to achieve the goal, and it is a site that is conducive to pile burning. Obviously, not all sites, particularly within the incorporated city and town limits, are conducive. For John Muir Land Trust, the Coastal Conservancy grant opportunity through the RCD, that was a target of opportunity. to sustain the work we had done for both wildfire risk reduction benefits as well as for the training opportunity. And it turned into a regional training event as we cleared out that thatch that had accumulated over the 15 years or so since cattle were last being run on Tame Rock. But during a happenstance conversation with the RCD, they mentioned that that would be the kind of grant they would be very favorable to receiving. And the team kicked out a grant shortly thereafter.
Appreciate that, Chief. It wasn't clear to me, maybe I missed this, but did Jonathan also ask which particular item on the consent agenda he's requesting that we pull and why?
Did we want to go ahead and close out this public comment for the announcements and then we can
Okay,
now move
let's
on
close
to
out
the consent?
Yeah, is there anybody else, is there any other public comment on the announcement?
I was going to go ahead and start the timer for Mr. Goodwin and he can ask the question that he was commenting on.
Sure.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yes, thank you. I said I'd be brief before and I used up the entire 3 minutes. I'll try harder this time. I thought that letter had a lot of interesting information. I wanted to make sure that directors had their attention called to it.
Which letter?
The letter,
Is the attachment B to item 8.1 and it was the responses to a citizen's queries from Cicera's acting CEO.
Right.
this was the answer to the questions or the answer to the questions that I asked at the Cicera meeting when they ran out the clock. And then were catatonic when it came to responding to these questions. I just want to point to one thing. There's a lot of stuff in there that, like I said, just raises lots of questions. And I think, you know, your fiduciary, as I may say, your fiduciary responsibility really demands trying to understand it at least. Which is more than I can do, I'll tell you. But anyway, it was stated there just offhand that for every one active safety employee of MOFD, there are 2 retirees. That's not a good sign. That's not a good balance. That's problematic. And you know, if there are any union reps surviving on this call, is that number going up or down, or to have 1 active to 2 retired paying in is problematic. And that to me raises a question. I can't speak to it in any knowledgeable way as to whether that affects all these graphs about, you know, Cicera's costs go up, Cicera's costs go down, how much you'll be paying in, how much, you know, is this element, which they say they're not tracking, right? They're 49 to 51%. That would be retired to the other way around, active to retired. They're not looking at where that's going. So that's just one element of uncertainty that is raised by this letter. And you guys are drastically more adept at this stuff than I am. And I would ask you to really pay attention and see what you see. Thank you very much.
And that
Director Jordan, did you want to?
So I just a brief response. So the one thing that I saw in there was Jonathan actually pointed out that it was sort of glaring was the fact that he stated that they don't keep track of that. And by definition, their actuaries have to keep track of that because that's how they do all the math. That's the way they figure out the present value of their assets and future value of the obligations and all that. So by definition, that was an incorrect statement in my opinion. Just because that's the only way you can do math is to keep track of that. The fact that we happen to have twice as many retirees as we do active employees, it's just a fact. You know, it's just it's how many people retired and how many people are active, and there's nothing to do about it. It's much higher than anybody else in Cicera. But what that means is our rates for our pension are really, really high, and much higher than anybody else's in the plan. But there's nothing to do about it.
And just briefly from my point of view, I think I pay a great deal of attention to demographic problems locally, statewide, nationally, and worldwide. And I think it's a huge thing. is a huge problem going forward. It relates to Social Security, national debt, the bond market. So Jonathan, it's something I'm very aware of, and I'm also very aware that it appears to the public like the 5 members of the board have a great deal of power over a lot of things. But when you're humble enough to be cognizant about what's happening demographically in the world and in the locality, you realize that we are subject to much greater forces in our society that we can tweak to some degree, and we do our best to do it, but we don't have absolute power over anything. But I appreciate you pointing that out, and I would just point out to you that these are problems that I am aware of. Thank you. And does anybody else have a response to that?
No, I mean, it's the admin for letters, provided the board. I read it.
I read it.
I did too. In fact, I have it pulled up right in front of me and I'm looking at it. Well, the reason for that particular consent item was to put on the record their particular clarifications that Jonathan asked for, right?
Yep.
And they did. So thank you, Jonathan.
And we do not have any more hands raised. We do not have any public comment.
Okay.
A motion to approve or
Oh, I move that we approve the consent agenda as submitted.
we have a second?
I second.
Do we need
we do
public
need,
comment on the,
no,
okay,
we do not.
we ask for a vote?
Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgens, President Romer.
Aye.
Regular agenda item 9.1, investment advisory services.
President Romer and members of the board, I was recently contacted by Optimize Investment Partners. Optimize is a new firm that provides investment advisory services to California municipalities. As the board is aware, in order to take advantage of increased interest rates, the district changed the district's investment portfolio from being exclusively invested in the state of California LAIF pool to being primarily invested in United States Treasury bills. The district currently has $24.7 million invested in Treasury bills with maximum maturity right now of 6 months. Optimize could potentially provide improvements to the district's investment portfolio. I would like to introduce Robert Michalik and David Bilby with Optimize Investment Partners who have a presentation.
Good evening, directors. My name is David Bilby. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Just to give you a brief background, I've served the last 19 years working for local governments within the state of California. And it was there that I managed an investment portfolio of about $400 million and learned how to take advantage of cash flow modeling to improve the portfolio's performance and compliance. So we'll go through, I know you've had a long meeting already, so we'll go through this presentation very quickly, but we will leave a little time at the end for questions. Next slide, please. We'll go through some permitted investments, what we do and how we do it, and give you guys an updated revenue projection on how we can support your goals for your district. Next slide. So very briefly, California Government Code 53600 outlines the rules that government agencies in the state of California must comply with. In regards to that code section, the Prudent Investor Standard is requiring us to safeguard your principles. So all prudent investors include an investment advisor, staff, and elected officials. All are responsible for ensuring safety of principal, the insurance of 6 months of liquidity, and market rates of return. Next slide, please. Won't go through each of these, but essentially we recommend all of our clients take a very similar path to what you've already adopted in your existing investment policies by reducing the risk down to almost nothing by investing in federal treasuries, federal agencies, CDs, and local pools. You don't have to go out on the risk curve in order to achieve yield. It's really more important that you model out your cash flows and that you're able to identify when the district needs funds for operations and keeping as much money invested as possible, which I think you guys have done a really good job. We'll talk about how we hope to be able to improve upon that in the next few slides. Next slide, please. These are just more examples of permitted investments within the government code that we don't recommend, especially to newer clients that have risk inherent in these investment options. Next slide, please. So you guys have done a great job moving already from the passive management to the active management side of investments. So what we can do to improve long-term investments is the government code does allow government agencies to invest up to 5 years. We are going to help model that cash flow into the future, project cash flow needs, ensuring sufficient buffer and liquidity so you don't run out of operating cash, but then also lock in historically higher rates of return. In the last 25 years, we really haven't seen 2-year and 5-year rates this high. So it's a good time to go ahead and lock in some longer term yields on some of your portfolio while ensuring we maximize the safety in the short term. Next slide, please. So what we do specifically, because of our background being working for local governments in California, we're very familiar with how operations work. I actually manage the fire contract for the city of Temecula and the city of Chula Vista, helping out with grants and capital projects, building fire stations, bringing ambulance services in-house. So I'm very familiar with the needs of the fire service. We like to work as an extension of your team. We want you to reach out to us and feel like we're there for you each and every step of the way. We create a custom strategy for each of our agencies or each of our clients. And we ultimately, our goal is to make you more money, reducing your risk, improving your compliance, and taking work off of your staff's desk. Next slide, please. The 3 ways that we do that, we use some industry best practices, but we also use some very unique experiences that we have that I mentioned earlier when I was with the city of Chula Vista. So we create a custom cash flow model, which we've already done a draft version of that for your team. We outline any capital projects and grants and one-time revenues and expenditures. And then we model that over a short-term and long-term portfolio model. So this guarantees the best possible long-term yields while ensuring you have a short-term portfolio that meets your cash needs. And we do all that and identify as many investment selections that will maximize yield and minimize risk. So we're going to be there looking at the marketplace, looking at what's available out there to invest in, and ensuring we're in compliance with your investment policy. Next slide, please. So we've determined, based upon fire districts commonly have a very volatile cash flow stream. So even though the current cash balance as of the end of December was approximately $27 million, the long-term portfolio size for your agency right now, we're recommending at about $4 million. The reason being is because you get to a projected low balance, around December of each year. And that number gets as low as about $7.5 million. So we don't want to risk running out of cash in case you authorize or approve any additional capital expenditures or operating expenditures. Right now, the long-term yield are right around 4.5%. And your short-term portfolio is going to average around $12 million, give or take. Obviously, it's higher than that today. But then in July, you usually have a large outflow. So that would bring the balances down. So we'd actively invest similar to how you're doing now, but being a little bit more strategic in terms of the specific months that we're going out with specific dollar amounts to line up with your anticipated expenditures. And on those short-term, average portfolio yields are going to be closer to 5.25, 5.35, with an average checking account balance of around $2 million. With that, we project that the district could achieve revenue projections at about $820,000 annually based upon current interest rates. Obviously, interest rates are volatile and they've been heading down recently and they're anticipated to head down. But based on today's rates, that's what we estimate the revenue for the district at. Next slide, please. So we try to take almost all of the work off of your plate. You guys are already doing a great job in several aspects. So you've got the foundation set up nicely. Basically working with you guys through the county, we would manage your investment portfolio for you. We'd look at it on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, ensuring we're keeping as much cash invested in something that's going to return market rates of return. Our fee is very, very competitive in this space. We charge a 10 basis point fee, which is 1/10 of 1% of assets under management. And our fee goes down as the assets go down. So when your assets are higher, our fee is going to be commensurate with that level of detail of work required on that larger balance. But when they come all the way back down to 7 or 8 million, our fee is going to be based upon that. So this is actually we gave Lorianne a reduced fee based upon the volatility of your assets under management. Normally we would charge 12 basis points for agencies under $20 million. But since you go above and below, we decided to just keep it simple for the district and to offer a rate of 10 basis points. We do all of the reporting, all the annual investment policy updating, staff reports, any board trainings and education, and ongoing investment recommendations. Next slide, please. So that concludes the formal part of our presentation. My background is on the slide. My partner's background is on the slide. Been working in government a long time and have a lot of experience and success in assisting districts and agencies manage their money. And we look forward to any opportunity to assist you guys in the future. Questions?
This is Craig Jordan. How does your $820,000 that you would anticipate compare with what we're currently earning?
Right. So
Yes.
I project this year it will have earnings between $700,000 and $750,000.
But aren't you providing them with what the anticipated cash flows are gonna, our cash needs are on a monthly basis?
Am I providing that to
For them, in other words, they're developing this model, but aren't you actually the one giving them all the data?
well, I mean, we haven't hired them, so
Oh, but when we do,
right.
they aren't generating a cash flow forecast, we're generating a cash flow forecast, right? So we do the same thing.
Yes. And I think that was really the point. We wanted to give the board an option. The board expressed an interest in understanding what options there were for investing the district's cash. In the current environment with no risk, high yield investments available that can be liquidated at any time. That's a great option for the district, and that's what we're doing. I think it is reasonable to presume that the current high interest rate environment will change in time. And we wanted to provide the board an opportunity to understand what services were available should the board seek to continue to gain a higher return on the district's cash in a future state where conceivably the current securities that we're buying will no longer be available. And so we wanted to, this isn't a decision item, we're not suggesting that the board make a decision, but we wanted to provide the board information about what services are available, where there are investment professionals who could seek higher returns, so that we could continue this down the road. As I've cautioned the board before, we have the ability to generate the cash flow analysis that Lauren and Mary are doing so that we know how much money is available to invest, and we have been doing that aggressively-ish, as aggressive as I am comfortable with, understanding that yes, the treasuries can be liquidated, but it does also, there are some steps involved, and everyone is very busy with other things, and we are not investment professionals. We're not, the district isn't built for that. So this was intended to give a sense of what's out there, because if we are back to where security, treasuries are at 0.5% or 1% or whatever they land at, the current strategy may not meet the board's needs, and we wanted to give the board a sense of what was available should the board decide that they wanted to continue to seek out other opportunities for more sophisticated investments.
Go ahead, Jim. As I heard what he said, there was a requirements for reporting.
Yes, and we're doing that. It's the quarterly treasurer's report that is in the board packet on a quarterly basis.
Or not to have an agency or another organization or state.
No.
Oh, okay.
Right, and one other thing I'll just point out was one thing that we talked about with Robert and David was, so at this point, the longest I've gone out is 6 months. Because really, I'm just not comfortable going out longer than that at this point. And so that's what they were talking about with having a sub like $4 million in a longer term portfolio. They were saying where we could take $4 million and buy 2 to 3 years out. So then basically when the interest rates do go down, then we'll have some longer investments at the higher interest rate. And so we basically reduce our risk of the portfolio by getting more sophisticated.
I think, well, I feel a little uncomfortable going out 2 or 3 years because of the cash that we need for projects. We've got $18 million in capital projects that are in the mill. And so I think whatever it is, it's long term, is basically gonna be invested in assets.
And that would be part of the cash flow, would be looking at the
We would
district
support-
plans for capital projects.
Put money aside. I mean,
Freeze it up for 2 to 3 years.
yeah, freeze it up for 2 or 3 years and we implement, I mean. Our implementation of our capital project and the cash flow requirement to fund that. Is basically gonna take most of our long-term money. Or what it could be, that's,
Yes, sir, understood.
unless we're gonna say we were gonna pre-fund it. Before we ever go to shovel, and I don't think we had anticipated that. I think our plans are all pretty well laid out in the long-term forecast. That we funded each year a certain amount.
Yes, yes, sir, and that's where some of the COVID, the uncertainty of COVID caused the delays. Have aligned with an improvement of the district's position to give us the ability to pay as we go.
Exactly.
There is some fortuitous alignment there.
Go ahead.
So, and I should have started previously with my comments. Thank you for making the presentation. It was great. You guys appear to have your act together. Your fees seem reasonable given the things you do. So, you know, I should have started with all that. Thank you. But at the same time, I think that for us, we would have to think hard about whether paying the 10 basis points is, you know, how much extra we're getting out of that. Because I think if we do the same forecasting that we're going to have to give them to do anyway, we can tweak our, you know, invest a little more, you know, meeting the curve instead of sort of approximating it in big chunks. You can do it a little more specifically, which is what they're going to do, because they have to invest in the same thing we invest in. And treasuries at the moment are, number one, by definition, the least risky thing you can invest in, from a loss standpoint. And the other things that are on those lists, as far as I know, have trivial differences in what kind of returns they offer relative to treasuries and are not as liquid and a lot of things. So, you know, I think we can, with a little bit more effort, that you can do great. Obviously, we've made a lot more money than we otherwise would have with, which would be an interesting number, by the way, every month, if we can look at what our alternative was, if we just let the regular folks do it versus this, it'd be kind of fun to see how much extra we're bringing. This is a pretty big number, I think. But it seems to me that we can do a lot of this without a lot of extra work and extra half an hour a week or something to do it ourselves. And it doesn't even have to happen every week, because we should forecast it once and have it tweaking a little bit. So there.
Yes, sir. Understood.
That would be my difference.
Anybody else? Just Director Danziger, I agree with what Director Jorgens and Director Jeff said. I appreciate David and Robert, you know, being here and offering the service. You know, my opinion is it seems to be working really well, and unless it becomes a burden to our staff, I would probably just stay with the course of what we've been doing now.
Yes, sir. I do want to caution, as I have before, on the slippery slope, that every little bit is a park bench and other things are getting put off the end. What we're doing right now is working. The staff has figured it out and is capable of sustaining it. Should we have an interest in moving into more interesting things, particularly as we move to a lower interest rate environment, that will exceed the ability of folks who are already fully subscribed and doing other things that we can't outsource.
Yeah, and I would think at that point, come back to us, and that, you know, though I appreciate this presentation by Optimize, I think at that point, we probably have to go out and.
Well, yes, sir. And to be clear, we appreciate the team showing up and sticking with us for 2.5 hours waiting for the chance. Yeah, this was intended to prime the pump by providing the board a sense of what's available and a purveyor who is providing a service such as we would be interested. So that if the time came that we began to be interested in that, the board would have a sense of what was out there. So it's always one of the great challenges we have is, well, do we issue an RFP, get a bunch of respondents, sort through them, and then say, hey, board, what do you think about this concept? Not about the people who applied. And the intent of the presentation tonight was to give the board a sense of what's out there, what services are being provided, so that the board could then think on it. And if the board had an interest, could then direct staff to execute an RFP, solicit bids from which we could select. But that's a very different conversation than starting off with an RFP and then figuring out what we want to do.
The other thing that's at the moment, you know, the 10 basis points when you're earning 5% of your money, it's fine. When you're earning 2% of your money, the 10 basis points, because it's still the same amount of assets under management, is a much bigger percentage of the earnings you're having.
Yes.
And so, that's the change. This is kind of the peak as well. Oh, it's the peak of earnings that we're ever going to have on this stuff. So again, the $20,000 relative to the $27 million looks great. But when you pay $20,000, only earning $100,000 a year, it's a much bigger deal.
Well, understood, sir. And I think in the current environment, what's working is not broke, and we can fix it. I think we all recognize the current environment's an anomaly. And as things change and the board's attitude may change, we wanted to have given the board an example of the sort of services that are provided so that a decision could be made informed by what was out there.
Our speaker has a comment.
I apologize. I know you guys are having a great discussion. I just wanted to thank you guys for your time so much. I think all of your questions and comments are valid. We do feel like the average fee that would be charged of $15,000 for a year, we would make up for that 3 to 4-fold in additional revenues to the district. And we would do that by, some of the things we talked about in the presentation, but I don't want to talk you out of your current plan, but our goal is always to take work off of your staff's desks so they can do more for you guys, all wearing all the other hats that they are. That's why we specialize in smaller districts. And we actually got our first client a year ago because they went out to RFP. They had about $10 million in the bank and nobody responded. It's very common in CSCDA as well that if you have less than $25 million in assets consistently, you won't typically find investment advisors out there willing to help. So we found this opportunity and we reached out to you guys, to offer to see what you were interested in. But again, thank you so much for your time, and we do appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
We'll keep you in mind.
We definitely will. It's actually closer than I might have made it look to me.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
So that's 9.1. Are we ready to move on to 9.2?
We need to open public comment for 9.1.
Let's do so.
Good evening, it's Jonathan Goodwin. I just want to say briefly, this concept of taking work off of staff's desk. I think I've been going to these meetings for over 20 years. And this is a concept that comes up periodically. And it's my sense that it's often, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's often difficult for the board to bridge the gap between what staff is going through when they work and the board's own sphere. It's very difficult to understand the degree of stress in a small district, in a small operation that has to do everything a big district does, more or less, but with very restricted staff means one person has to do a whole lot. And it's very difficult, as I'll just repeat, I think it's very difficult for the board to understand that particular aspect of it. I don't have a suggestion as to how to learn that, except just talk to people. It might be more significant than you would imagine. There might be more to this than just numbers. It might have to do with the fluidity and efficiency of the organization apart from this, that if you remove, and it's not clear to me how much workload is removed by this, but if you remove some amount of workload, it allows other things to flow more freely. So I just wanted to offer that for board members' consideration. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Lorianne appreciates the comment. So do I. Does anybody else have a comment? All right. I think we should continue to be sensitive to not just this issue, but any burden that is imposed on your members. I'm confident that the chief will know. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, and I would just rephrase that from burden to just pointing out there are things that only district staff can do. And if there are opportunities, particularly as we have continued to expand in areas where the district has not previously been very active, we want to be sensitive to which of those are appropriate to potentially outsource in order to preserve the limited resource of district staff to carry out functions that only district staff can do. We could outsource something like investment advice. We can't outsource preparation and management of our budget.
Correct.
As an example.
Understand.
But this is part of the preparation management of the budget. But you know, if at the moment we're having the county rule with this, actually do the investment for us. And I've forgotten what the rationale for that was. It seems to me there wasn't. If you are willing to do it in-house, there are people who will do this for free for you. So, literally the same stuff for free, for swap. And I have some other people do it too, but that's one I actually have already called stuff. And if you give them the cash flow forecast, they will optimize it for you. And so do all the trades, it's all free. But you have to do it through them versus doing it through the county, right?
All right, are we moving on to 9.2?
9 new overview of the district's information technology infrastructure.
The district contracts with Definitive Networks for information technology services. I would like to introduce David Parnell, who has an information presentation for the board.
Thank you for your time tonight. I think this is the third time that we've spoken to the Moraga-Orinda board during our long history with you folks. In terms of a little bit of background, our firm focuses principally on first responders. We've been in business for 25 years, we have 22 employees. The ownership has been consistent throughout those years. We're probably one of the few startups in the East Bay that actually enjoy what we do for a living and have no intention of ever stopping. And the theme for today was to try to make you aware of what we've done in our long relationship with Moraga-Orinda to both protect the district from cyber attacks, to be able to support ongoing operations, and how we're trying to manage costs. Chief Winnaker and I have a history that predates him being the fire chief. He knows I'm military condition, and he never tires of reminding me that I'm a large slice of his discretionary funding. That my job is to yield the highest return possible and never asking for any more money. So I pretty much get it from all sides. What we have here is a picture of the data center that's currently hosting what amounts to a private cloud. Early on in Gloria's tenure, when she first came on board with the district, one of the first things that we did was to move you out of a data center that you had in your Station 45 basement, which was prone to flooding and power issues. It wasn't the most ideal place of operation. And we actually brought you into our center. We work with all the fire departments in Alameda County and Contra Costa, and what we've done is essentially consolidated all of their hosting needs into our 2 data centers. And so what this avails the district of is to be able to take full advantage of a high availability data center that would be very difficult to fund on its own. And essentially, we're buying the excess capacity that we have by consolidating our support. I understand that some of you have technical backgrounds, and if you ever wanted to get more details about how we do things, I'd be more than happy to come into a private setting with you. But the bottom line is that we have a high availability center that's been certified by the Department of Justice. We've gone through subsequent audits and reviews, and even the district has gone out to a third party to come through and do a scan of our facilities. And essentially, we have 2 or 3 of everything, and the ability to be able to manage your infrastructure for you. We also have another facility in Los Angeles that we push data to as well, so that in the event that there was a disaster, we could be able to spin up out of our LA facility and be able to support ongoing operations. I think the so what of this operationally is that what we try to do is to enable each of the different functional arms in the department to be optimized. So I wanted to recognize, for example, in fire prevention, we work with Manager Graham to be able to optimize how his particular team works in fuel mitigation, to be able to get the most of the technology spend that the district has. Over the last year, Gloria has been working with us, Chief Lambert, and Fire Marshal Isaacs, to be able to reduce the number of the devices that the district has and improving the dollars on the devices that we do have so that they can be the most current available and to be able to take full advantage of what those technology pieces offer. Before I advance to the next slide, I just want to, see if there are any questions about the data center or how things work or any of those kinds of things that you want to happy with. Yes, sir.
So there's your data center, you have 2 of them, which is great.
Yeah.
Why is that better than having it with, Microsoft or Amazon?
It's a fantastic question. So one, we've customized everything in our data center for fire service. And if you go through Microsoft and Amazon, all you're doing is buying the hard drive space, the certain amount of bandwidth. We've customized the cloud, so we provide the management of those infrastructures. We outsource it to Equinix. So for example, our San Jose facility has its own power plant. It generates its own electricity through hydrogen generators and also through diesel. So tier one is referred to as a tier 3 data center too. So we're more hardened, and we actually embed the various technology in those. If you were to go out and try to replicate what we've done, you'd end up paying the full boat as opposed to allocated costs that is spread across multiple districts, if that makes sense.
So, so I was in the satellite business, and picking two places that are in the same state, would never where you put two critical things. So usually you put them in places where you can't have, storms, earthquakes, different flavors for things that might happen.
We're in 2 different fault zones, and the reason why we picked Los Angeles as opposed to Salt Lake City or Dallas or some other place was just for the performance. The further out you get, the more hops you have, the greater the performance it is. We thought that we were isolated by being in 2 separate fault zones. There's also some economy of scales for us to be able to travel on an hour flight between 2 data centers as opposed to more extended flights. So we feel that we've mitigated some of the risks, rightly so you pointed out, and just try to find that optimum mix between distance and performance.
You actually travel to your data centers?
We did. Most of them are managed remotely, but the fact of the matter is that we replace equipment several times a year. Those data centers ended up having to get refreshed. There's just some benefit. We're not in there every week, but we're not even in there every month, but we're in all of our data centers at least once a quarter. And part of that's just the discipline of making sure that we've got everything optimized. We're geeks. This is what we do. In the core of operations, we support upwards of 400,000 incidents a year that get called out to a 911 dispatch, and that responsibility weighs pretty heavy on my part. And we make sure that we do these kinds of things that we need to do. Yes, sir.
Where are the data centers located?
We have one in San Jose, and then we have one also in Los Angeles. We recently moved from our data center in Sunnyvale because we were concerned about the power grid and to be, believe it or not, a levee problem that Sunnyvale has. There was an ongoing issue about firming up a levee, and we were concerned about flooding and the demand of hotter summers for them. So we moved to a data center that we felt was a better fit for us.
Go ahead. I'm not a techie.
Yes, sir.
But, and maybe you're gonna get to this, but I'll just ask the question now, maybe you. Sure. So, I used to work for a large city over the hill and, retiree, but, my information was hacked as part of a big hacking that happened over there. And so I just wonder, how your firm protects against that happening to our employees.
Great. So I'd like, if you need more details, we'd like to do that in a closed session because we don't want to put a playbook.
Yeah, no, I don't need
a lot of those kinds of things. So we use multi-factor authentication first and foremost to govern what can be done to get to various systems that there's limited access, and there are multiple ways that we validate, are you authorized to do this? We also use segmentation too, to be able to make sure that Moraga-Orinda's data is segmented off and the rest of our data center is protected. And then we also have disaster recovery protocols that we test every month to make sure that it's backed up. So specifically around hacking, we use the latest technology. It's all encrypted at rest. We use 2-factor authentication, and we monitor access. We also restrict connectivity from certain hotspots in the globe. Unfortunately, I have caused some problems for Chief Winokur, as he's been out and about, as I've blocked his account. I really want to know, are you in Afghanistan or is one of your friends in Afghanistan? So
Eastern Europe.
So in any event, we use geofencing, we use 2-factor authentication, and we use encryption technology as well. We also use an AI too to monitor behavior. If we see something on the network that's unusual, we'll create a flag, we'll quarantine things, and we'll validate that stuff. We have 5 people who are on call at any point in time who actually physically answer alerts that are given to us by the AI algorithms that we run.
To your knowledge, have we had any hack attacks or?
Several. You have them every day.
Really?
we reject 1/3 of every, a third of your emails rejected every day because it contains some attempt to try to penetrate your perimeter and take your network.
How long have you serviced us?
I think since your inception, I believe that we were here at the moment that you became Moraga-Orinda phone. More fire chiefs than I can.
David mentioned in passing, but we did, through Lucas Lambert's work, where we became integrated into the State Operations Center during COVID. We learned of a OES unit that conducts, upon request, attempted infiltrations of public sector systems. And so we requested that, and they dutifully executed a series of tests and faux attacks. And then provided a report that they asked that we not publish, but the report found that we were compliant with all best practices and that our system and the firewalls that are called out and the segregation activities were effective and met the best standards at a time that we will not share with anyone in the room. We will do that again and periodically continue to stress test system. And to David's points about a third of emails, that includes 100% of emails generated from Southeastern Europe.
So how do we keep all of our iPads and other fun things up to date?
We're gonna cover that in a moment. Before we leave this, one of the things that when we began working with Gloria and Gloria saw the need for us to be able to essentially start working. So for the suppression side of the house, we worked with Chief Lambert. He and I have pushed out 22 different configuration changes to your apparatus modems. We have one scheduled for tonight. As a matter of fact, once I finish here, that's what I'm going to go back to do. We worked with Fire Marshal Isaacs on the fire prevention side of the house, and Gloria and that's the admin. So I wanted to recognize each of those people and also, Manager Graham, as they've taken ownership in that functional area that they manage to help us optimize both the technology spend as well as the services that are provided. That's proven worked out well. One of the things that Gloria tasked us with doing is providing the means by which we could have a reliable, secure virtual workforce. I mean, right now, Mary's participating from another state, handles her most sensitive data, but she wanted to make sure that we had a data center that was capable of those kinds of things. And that's part of what the cloud enables us to do. And I believe that there's every intention to continue with that remote office and give you the ability to mix and match staff and try as best you can to have the freedom to put any place you want except Eastern Europe, and to be able to work as well. We could go to the next slide. So we monitor everything. We have very sophisticated monitoring tools. We have 3 programmers on staff that help us build the various algorithms that we need in addition to technology we buy off the shelf to be able to alert us. The best way to prevent a problem from happening is to catch it when it's small and squash it. And so we use a combination of old-fashioned hard work and automated tools to be able to monitor certain things. These particular charts here are showing bandwidth consumptions that use and that we have certain peak times that occur. And what we try to do is to optimize all those resources against the operational realities. Moraga-Orinda is full of patterns, and we're aware of those patterns, and we build those into how we manage things to be able to take them into account. And there's always that tug and pull against having additional resources 24/7 versus the fiduciary realities of just having to run a fire department that we have to balance against. And we got a great partner, Gloria, in terms of being able to do that. One of the things we asked of the district was to reduce the number of devices and make sure all the devices were on the current technology. Gloria's spearheaded that, and by negotiating things, I'll give you one example. You had a bunch of dated files. We managed your files for you. They're very hard to manage when they're older. Gloria led an effort to negotiate where you got new files for free in exchange for making a long-term commitment to Verizon. You're not going anyplace, so it's not a commitment. It's just a thing. But every time in the district that you currently have now is free. But they're all new, which is a huge advantage for me in terms of trying to maintain equipment. Because once you get a phone that's slowing in 2 or 3 years old, you got a whole slew of other costs with the phone. So that's just one example. Chief Lambert's gone off their grants. We recently upgraded all the grants in the apparatus, I believe, found a grant source. And so you're finding creative ways to get things done without just having to dip into your reserves, and all of that translates into lesser support costs. the more frequent it is, but it's that partnership or operations that's driving those decisions, not a bunch of geeks in a data center that kind of yield that return off the investment. We could advance the next slide, please, Commissioner. This is an example of the total number of alerts in a given month. These aren't given by human beings. This is our algorithms flagging that was 197 incidents that we thought merited a person's investigation. So that's a short list derived from the AI that we've set up. Each one of those was investigated by one of our staff, and we resolved them. So my staff is incented to respond to those alerts. If you don't respond in a certain time frame, dare I say, you put your job at risk. And we take it pretty seriously. And we just want to give you this one example of the level of activity that comes from automatic alerts. We could go ahead and go to the next one. Someone was asking about device management. As Chief Lambert and Fire Marshal Isaacs got more involved, we brought all the iOS devices under a single MDM portal. And so every iPad and every phone is now managed against a policy that they helped us create. This is just a screenshot of what happens to be at one particular device. We can track the device, we can see where it's moved. Every application has to be approved by management, employees, staff, or firefighters can use the devices, but they can't install anything that is outside of the standard OAG that governs the use of that device as well. You can advance to the next slide. This is an example of that email chart I was talking to you about. You know, there was, it's a little hard for me to see because I'm having glasses on, but roughly we have somewhere around, 25 or 30, between 25 and 30% of your email, which is rejected each and every day. It either has a virus, it either has some malware, it's a phishing attempt, there's something about it that's gotten flagged. We subscribe to the Department of Justice databases and other things to be able to build that white list. When your emails come in, they don't actually come to your mail server, they come into a quarantine area, DMC that we set up. We scan everything and then it gets forwarded on to the email recipient, but only after it's been validated. If we do block something, people receive a report so that they can see that report. It's a daily report that shows up in their inbox, and in the event that we flag something that wasn't acceptable, they can release it for distribution as well. Email remains the single greatest vulnerability that you have. It's a hole in your firewall designed to be just that, a hole. And you still have 80% of all of the hacking attempts that come to you through email. We would encourage the district, to the extent that it's permissible under the Brown Act and other governments, to limit publishing email addresses and to limit the use of email whenever possible. One example of that came with our Marshal Isaacs. We explained to him the problems with sending big files as attachment for plan reviews. We asked him if he would consider changing the website to where people would upload those, where we could scan them as they were being uploaded. He agreed to that, and to the best of my knowledge, that's worked out reasonably well for the fire prevention office. What it also did is prevent us sending 20 and 30 megabyte attachments into our mail server, which end up getting replicated 2 or 3 times. So it's just an example of making sure that the operations drive the technology decisions and not the inverse. The next slide. We have trust issues in my company. Ron and I don't trust anyone, so we require 2FA to entry into the server. Depending on what you're doing, you might also get 2FA again, depending upon the functions. We have a very strict hierarchical path. It's not just open the door. You got to also know the lock on the refrigerator. You got to take a breathalyzer test. I mean, we pretty much take it to the granular level. I'm sure that some of you have been worn out by your 2FA experiences going to your bank and so forth. So it's just the nature of what we do to make sure that the right person has the right access. We store all the district passwords in the password vault. They are your property, not ours, but they are not stored on sticky notes. They're not in someone's Outlook. They're in a secure and encrypted vault. And we take that data preservation requirement quite seriously. Go to the next slide. As we look here, this is part of the disaster recovery thing. You have a lot of data. At the end of the day, you have 3.5 terabytes worth of data that we're backing up every hour. We're pushing it out to a separate data center as well. Some of that data is probably dead data. If we're just being completely honest, it's probably on the list of things for us to do as we work through some other projects to cull through that, take your records retention policy. And maybe we delete the 2012 Christmas invitation that might still be stored on the file server. This is a common problem across all fire departments. It's actually less severe at Moraga-Orinda than it is other places. But we are currently about to start this week, as a matter of fact, moving to Office 365, which and we'll probably start changing the way we actually manage data within the district and try to actually get to the discipline of having active data versus archive data versus deleting data that we no longer need. But right now, if you leave it on the file server, I back it up 12 times a day, ship it down to Los Angeles. And at some point, we'd like to work with the chiefs to see what we can do to try to break that cycle, because it just costs money to store data. Yes, sir.
About a terabyte, it's in something twice as big as your thumb in the United States.
It does until you're in a high availability mode, in which case we have, 6 VMware servers that are storing this and for redundancy purposes. And then at which point, you're paying, you're not just paying 1 terabyte, you're paying 6. Like I said, relatively speaking, this is a small data set, but anything that's not worth saving just becomes clumsy to index, clumsy to search. And we're hoping over time we can actually move to a more thoughtful approach of managing the life cycle of data.
But you only back up the part that changes every day anyway, right?
We do.
You only transport the part that literally parts that change.
We do, but we also do disaster recovery techniques where we'll take a full backup of something else and put it into the sandbox and make sure that we can restore it to you as well. But if of that 3.5 terabytes, there's only a 1 terabyte worth of data, and we have to pay a license fee to VMware for the amount of storage we have, those costs end up being passed on back to the district, because that's just the nature of the way data center storage works. It also just becomes a little more difficult for us to be able to spin something up if we have more data that we have to restore from a backup. Ideally, you want the smallest amount of data you possibly can have. And if all 3.5 terabytes is necessary for district operations, we're delighted. There's some reason to believe that there's some data out there that could possibly be purged.
Most of our data can be purged. The district did not have a smooth and well thought out transition to the digital age. And we have, if you do a search in some of our shared drives, a single file that is meaningless and large can exist in 10, 12 places internally. So they amplify that by the backup and redundancy. And we can, Marcia's been doing a great job of educating us on not only best practices, but record retention requirements, and bringing us into that space where we're not storing things that have no value or are not required.
Yeah, so before we start deleting a lot of files, I think we have a 2-year record retention policy, which I have made comments about before, that in my opinion, that is not the right answer. So I don't remember Christmas is for 1904.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to like minutes of meetings and all that kind of stuff, I realize there are much shorter limits.
Those are permanent records.
Those are permanent requirements.
Okay, but they're
And in some situations, you have a 20-year record retention. For example, you have patient care records, and for any child, for any baby you responded on this and call, you have to keep that record until they turn 18 years old. So in some situations, those record retention requirements go as far as 18 years. If I may indulge, I'll give you a real world example. Fire prevention crew, this is something that we were working with, manager grandma. iPads are expensive, storage on iPads are expensive. There's a big difference between the cost of an iPad with 1 terabyte worth of storage versus 256. Process lets you take pictures that get uploaded to a permanent data vault. The pictures on those iPads don't need to be stored on those iPads anymore because they're stored someplace else in the file thing. When we started working with Gordon, he recognized that we were running out of space on those iPads, and so changed practices that once those iPads were uploaded into a permanent vault, they were deleted from that iPad, so we didn't have to buy the most expensive iPad. It still has the same amount of RAM, still has the same CPU, but it has a smaller hard drive, and we ended up reducing the cost of the iPads by 20 or 30%. A direct example of that collaboration between the operations people. But it required Gordon to pull his team aside and says, hey, once you upload this for this particular review, we gotta delete it, because we can't keep calling Parnell up to say, my iPad's full, what can I do? The answer is delete the folders that you can. So those are the kinds of things that we slowly started working towards, to be able to avoid having to spend money on storage and devices that isn't warranted or merited, if that makes sense.
But before, sorry, so I have almost 4 terabytes of stuff backed up at my home with, 2 drives, so it's always mirrored drives, always backed up. And I back up 2 separate companies that cost me $50 a year to back up 4 terabytes, and it's literally live all the time. But at least it's not the same security you have necessarily, and it's not encrypted in both directions and all that kind of stuff, but it's not a super expensive concept.
If the district wants to leave its data as it is, by all means, our recommendation though is to look at those policies. And in a particular situation I did, it prevented some inspectors from being able to do their job because on the devices that they had, they were full. They couldn't take any more pictures. So, but I understand your point. Storage is cheap in a consumer.
Incredibly cheap. When I started doing this, storage for a terabyte was as big as this room and had a raised floor for the air conditioning and everything, right? And then 1 terabyte. So I managed the company that did that.
And we keep 30 backups per current contract. So we have 30 different backups and, so and they're incremental backups, but there's not just one data shot. We take your total storage times it by 30, because if we need, heaven forbid that something was to happen, if we had to go back 10 weeks to get the last data set that we knew that was correct. And 10 days, that's what we have to do. So it's not as apples to apples as it might appear in terms of the very nice rate. And congratulations, you might be the only person in this room to set up a RAID as a private organization.
But the backup, I can back it up for 30 days also. It's always backed up every day for 30 days. So I'm free to serve about these things, but it's less than $100 a year.
I understand. We scan the backups, so I don't know if I'm going to convince you if this data thing is worth the time and attention I drew attention to, but my job is to point it out, and then we'll do as directed by staff and the board accordingly.
A lot of the processes are great, not leaving on your iPad. That's great.
Yeah. And so this is an example of being backup is what we do. We keep 30 of those in-house. 30 days, they're segmented out, they're put into a vault when we know that they're virus free. And so in addition to the stores, they're also cleansed, and they're essentially immutable backups. And that's how we gauge things. We will orient to try to determine how much of that recovery capacity that you need. Right now, we've settled on 30 days. That's a we get it ready. I think to the end of my presentation, the one thing that I would like to close with is the greatest way to protect your data to remain most secure is to train staff. And if there's one thing that we perhaps face going forward, which we've already done in the admin staff, which is to set up 2FA logins. I think before it's all done and said, our strong recommendation is that the district move to a 2FA for everyone, regardless if they're in a fire station or not, just as an added precaution against some account being compromised. And I think that's on the list as Chief Lambert and I work through a few other things he has on his punch list. That we'll be looking at practices to better secure those things and protect the interests of the district. I'd be delighted to answer any questions about what we're doing at the district, my company, or our history working with you. Good friends.
Also mean like you're doing a great job.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for hanging in here all this time.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's my pleasure. We're proud of you, especially with Moraga-Orinda. If there's ever a concern that you have, you're within driving distance of your admin facility. There have been 5 organizations who are involved in first responders that have lost control of their network. So if anything ever happens in the media, if you want to comment, if you'll just work through the chain of command, we'd be more than happy to assure you how we buttress against this. You can't turn on a television channel and not hear about some terrible attack happening. So if you ever need any assurance, by all means.
Thank you,
Jay. Thank you. Thanks.
If there's no other questions or comments, we can move to public comment.
Yes, we can. So public comment is now open. We do not have any hands raised or public comment.
That is an information only, we can move to
Agenda 9.3.
first reading and correcting ordinance number 24.01, revising a schedule of fees for businesses.
Good evening, directors. Fire Marshal Isaac will present the updated fee schedule.
Good evening, directors. The next item in front of you is the introduction of the ordinance and waiving of the first reading. Every year we come, I come before you to update our fee schedule. This is based on the consumer price index. This year it's a 2.8% increase. Also, for your consideration are 12 additional fees. We can break the new fees down into 3 categories: plan review, environmental review, and miscellaneous. What we do is I look at everything that we've done for the year, what's coming in, what changes need to be made, especially with the new fire code adoption. And that's based on, so that's why you see the new plan reviews. We have a hydrant service form. This is a form that's required by East Bay Mud for somebody that's upgrading their fire protection system or doing any other work. They come to us. It requires a little bit of time, a little bit of research, so we have to sign it. It has to have my signature on. We send them on their way. Most of the time that form comes with new construction. But this year we've seen a lot of solo forms coming for different things that property owners are doing, that East Bay Mud's requiring this. So that's why we added it, felt it was appropriate to add it to the fee schedule. The other one is the energy storage systems. Again, we see a lot of those with new construction, but we're also seeing them with existing homes, people putting in those energy storage systems. Pretty significant plan review and inspection that goes with that. The solar photovoltaic systems, again, we'll see those with new construction, but a lot of folks are also putting those in on existing structures, and that takes a lot of time plan review. The last one is the UL 9540 alpha modification. That goes with the energy storage systems. The battery storage systems, when they go into a garage, the fire code requires 3 feet of separation. There is an allowance in the fire code for modification of that 3 feet, but they have to pass that 9540 alpha testing. That's pretty in-depth testing. It was new for Steve and I. We went through some training with some of our partner agencies. Compire has somebody that's really good in it that taught us the class. And so when we reviewed those, we're looking at a couple hours of staff time to read the reports to make sure that 1, it passed. And then 2, we have to look at the plans to make sure that if the testing was for vertical configuration of the storage units, it's say 12 inches apart, that's what the plans say. Sometimes somebody will go, hey, I passed, and even though I was tested in the vertical configuration, I want to put it in some other configuration. So that's some of the stuff we have to review on that 9540 modification. The other one is the environmental review. The technical specialist, the biologist, botanist, it's a staff biologist, botanist, a senior biologist, and a GIS specialist, and then miscellaneous. One thing that we saw probably the last 3 to 4 months of 23 was folks coming in, they getting a letter from their insurance saying you have to show us a inspection by the local fire agency, and they come in upset, thinking they may lose their insurance or not be renewed. And what can we do? They would, they wanted us to drop what we were doing and rush out there. And understanding their concerns and, what an emotional experience that is for them, we're going to try to do what we can to get out there in the next, 24 to 48 hours for them to give them that inspection. But again, that's us stopping something else. So we felt it was appropriate to have a fee with that. If we're going to stop what we're doing to do not just the inspection, but a letter to go with that, we felt it was appropriate to have a fee attached to that. So those are the changes that we're proposing for your consideration to the fee schedule.
Questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Director Jordan.
So You know, it's 2.8%, that's what you're asking for in general. It seems to me a whole lot of those things had to do with labor. And labor is going to be more than 2.8 this year for our contract. That wasn't, it's more than our contract. So why aren't we raising the things that are, like, you know, labor by the amount that our labor contract is going to?
I don't believe, Winfrey Gloria, to correct me if there is, I don't believe there's anything that would preclude doing that. We do have to justify our fees, and in 2013, the district conducted the review and the study that generated the original fees, and it's in the process of the procedure of the district to tie that to the San Francisco CPI. But we can do some research should the board be interested in tying that to increases in labor, given that these are almost exclusively labor event. We don't have, and there's some other ancillary costs such as printing and so forth, but obviously those are minor. We could certainly do some research and come back to whether or not there's anything to preclude that. There is, the fee schedule does have to be justified, it does have to go back to a basis, but given the connection to labor, at first blush is that it could be allowable, bring something back, and that'll be important.
Not that I'm trying to make us live on fees or anything, but if the theory was at some point they were actually kind of related to our costs, and our costs have been going up at a different rate than our fees have been going up. I'm not saying we need to catch it all up, at least going forward, we could have to go up at a different rate.
If I may, so under Proposition 218, you have to either essentially do a fee study, which you did, I guess, in 2000. People don't do them every year, or have, you know, a clear justification like CPI, et cetera. So the reason why most districts and cities, et cetera, are sort of conservative in between fee studies is because you don't want to run the risk that your fees get challenged. What you probably want to do at some point is do a new fee study. I don't know if that's this year, but you might want to suggest, you know, and we can take a look too at you know, just eyeball whether we think we're, you know, there's a good justification on the face of it. Because remember, you have to go back. We haven't done a fee study for a long time. So if we deviate from how we've been doing it, we could be subject to challenges. So we could take a look at it for sure.
Well, I guess I would agree with the 2.8 was justifiable, and we can show that our labor costs have gone up more than that cumulatively, then we're sort of by definition behind that even already. And so going forward shouldn't be problematic.
Yeah, I think let us take a look at it. I mean, the issue, as I say, is at some point, I mean, what the district is doing is on the conservative side for sure. But the challenge is if you get more aggressive, do you really need to do the fee study? And that's what I'd have to look at.
And just to caution, Section 5 of Proposition 218, this is the language of the proposition. To effectuate its purposes of limiting local government revenue and enhancing taxpayer consent. So this was obviously written with an eye towards limiting the growth of fees, which made this a big challenge. So we'll do a little more research and we can come back.
Has it been 2.8% a year for the foreseeable past?
No, it fluctuates each year. Pretty significantly.
Based upon what?
On CPI, the Department of Labor, Consumer Price Index.
CPI.
San Francisco and Hayward.
Any other questions about it? Well, the question would be, whether we could pass it today and then consider it's on first reading today. It's on for first reading. I guess the only issue that I would want to ask Corian is you know, I'm assuming, when are they supposed to, I see it, effective March 25? Is that when the old fee schedule runs out, or or it doesn't have an end date, really?
Right, until the new fee schedule is in place and the old fees will be in place.
So obviously, if we delay it too much, we lose money for obvious reasons. So we'll get back to you. We can come back next meeting.
We can still pass it. We can pass it.
Well, it's only for
First reading.
So we would have to do second reading next month anyway. Right, you could pass it on first reading, and then if we come back and say, yeah, we could do more, then you do another first reading. Right. But there's no harm in passing the first reading.
I move we pass 9.3 as presented.
And we're waiving the first reading.
Waiving first reading.
So motion to waive.
Waive the first.
We have a couple.
So before we motion, we do need to open public comment. And so we do not have any public comment. And then we have a motion on the floor. And so who's second? I'm sorry. Okay.
Director Dan.
Okay. Thank you. And so now we will open the comment on the motion. We do have it for regular agenda items. We have these 7 steps that we're required to go through. Yes, section 5. So we do not have any comments on the motion. Director Danziger,
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jex, Director Jorgens,
Aye.
President Romer. Item 9.4, adopt resolution 2401 approving investment policy for district funds.
The district's investment policy requires annual review by the board. The policy has been reviewed by staff. One administrative change is recommended to update responsibility for preparation of the quarterly treasurer's report to staff. Staff recommends the board adopt resolution 24-01 approving an investment policy for district funds.
Board discussion? Would we like to go ahead and open public comment if there's no discussion?
Director Dan. Any comment? Okay, I guess we do.
All right, public comments open. We do not have any hands raised or comment. Do we have a motion to adopt?
I'll make a motion to approve the investment policy for district funds, resolution 24-01.
So we'll open public comment on the motion. We do not have any public comment. Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Director Jorgens. President Romer. Item 9.5. Receive proposed resolution on the 2402 revised rules of procedure.
Good evening. The rules of procedure for board of directors play a pivotal role in governing the conduct of the board meetings, ensuring transparency and facilitating effective decision making. Periodic reviews and updates of these rules are essential to maintain alignment with legal requirements and best practices. The proposed revisions focus on addressing general amendments that are mostly aimed with the last major redo of these rules was in 2011. They're mostly aimed at conforming with the Brown Act, enhancing clarity and efficiency, and frankly, bringing some of these requirements in the Brown Act more clearly into the rules. It's not that we were violating the Brown Act before, it's that we want the rules to be sort of self-explanatory with respect to the Brown Act. You don't have to look at multiple places. We clarifying the rules for public comment and providing that comment on Senate items be provided during the general public comment period. Removing board officer positions of secretary and treasurer to reflect that the duties of these positions are carried out by the MRFD staff. Adding a second vice president position to account for the potential need to have someone chair of the meeting if both the chair and the vice chair are vice president are missing. An additional element is included that would largely preclude officers from holding the office of president and vice president in subsequent years. There is attached a red line version of the proposed changes. In addition to these more general changes, there are 2 provisions I want to draw your attention to that are more substantive in nature. The first, which was suggested by a board member, is a revision to the conflict of interest section 4.7, that in general would limit the ability of board members to vote on matters where they received campaign contributions from parties who would benefit from that matter. And section 4.4 and 4.5, which have to do with the concern over what's come commonly to be known as Zoom bombing of meetings. And the concern, and this is a concern that has come up very specifically in a number of local jurisdictions very, very recently, is because we have hybrid meetings, it typically comes up in that context. You may get folks who, and we have had some close calls on this, one close call on this, I think, who call in and engage in hate speech. And this is a very challenging area. A lot of public jurisdictions are dealing with it right now. Many public jurisdictions have eliminated public comment by video, basically, because of this hate speech problem. Court of Madera just a few weeks ago had a concerted effort by folks who are engaged in racist comments and anti-Semitic comments. And the challenge is, of course, there are First Amendment rights involved in this kind of speech up to a point, but there comes a point at which that speech, yeah, boy, I guess we apparently got to somebody real quick there. There comes a point where that speech becomes obviously highly offensive but more importantly, for First Amendment perspective, becomes disruptive of the meeting. There comes a point where people can't really participate in the meeting anymore. People may not be able to sit there and listen to this kind of speech and so on. And so there is a section that we have crafted for a number of public jurisdictions that we believe allows you to, subject to the set of rules, cut off speakers who have been warned that speech is offensive. You have to give them one warning, basically. But after that, if they continue and it is disruptive of the meeting, that you can then cut them off. So that's the final piece. So there are essentially three pieces in this proposed rules amendment. One is sort of the general rules amendment, cleanup, et cetera. Two is the campaign finance piece, and the third is what we would call disruptive conduct. Disruptive conduct. I can't speak.
Can we go through the changes that were made in the regular procedures?
Yes, for sure. So this is not on for approval tonight because I knew obviously there was a red line in it. But it seemed to me, because directors haven't seen this, and it's obviously a very important document, that it made more sense to discuss it tonight and then see where we are, give direction to staff and come back.
So as president, it's my obligation to encourage others to speak first.
Yeah,
Director Danner, do you wanna-
Yeah, I can start it. First of all, I was kind of surprised to see this on the agenda. I would have preferred that somehow, I know we need to have a starting point, but I didn't have an opportunity to present any changes I wanted, and I guess this is our opportunity now. I have I like the section 4.5 and around disruptive conduct. I have major issues with several of the additional changes, and I just feel that I'm not ready to take any action on this until we have an opportunity to really study it a little further and discuss it at a later date. Particularly, I'm not really sure how it got in here, but the section 4.7, as well as part of section 11, where I have additional comments on, but I'm not really prepared to do it tonight.
Do you want to expand or some detail on what the nature of your concerns are?
No, I think, you know, we're not, this isn't up for approval tonight, so I just think that, section 4.7, I think it presents a lot of issues, and I would delete all of that, basically, and there's also part of section 11 that I don't agree with right now, so.
Okay, I finally been able to pull this up again. I read it through it earlier. The 4.7 is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the legality of 4.7 and
4.7 is just.
Conflict of interest section.
Right, 4.7, that's in the thick document, it's what we currently.
well, I'm just looking at, it says section 4.7 conflict of interest on the front page of this, document from Johnson.
Just to be clear, the only changes in 4.7 that are in the thick document, you also have a new document.
Yeah, the new document listed under 4.7.
I see.
Well, it says the two significant changes. I'm not sure why it hasn't, maybe because it would be in section 4.7. I'm just talking about what's on page 324.
So,
Under
Those are the proposed.
right, that's attachment A. And then you had a separate letter
Yeah.
that highlighted.
Highlight is.
I see. Okay, I get it. So directors, I did, as I outlined in the notes the directors earlier, there are several categories of topics here. One is the ones that you see here that are recommended by council into compliance with best practices and to update our rules of procedure to recognize that a Zoom or hybrid environment is fundamentally different than members of the public sitting in this room. With the fire chief acting as a sergeant of arms, as identified in 1103, could be directed to physically remove a person from the room. That procedure is not appropriate for that Zoom environment. And then there are other elements such as the changing of the titles, et cetera. All of these are, from my perspective, are best practices that are past due to be updated to bring our rules of procedure into compliance with the current environment. There are additional elements, as Director Danziger referenced, that go beyond the strict legal requirements of best practices of updating that are discretionary and certainly subject to input from the board. And as you alluded to under the Brown Act, when staff receive suggestions from directors outside of a board meeting, which certainly is permissible, I cannot go to the other board members and say, hey, there's a thing we should talk about. So this is that opportunity to introduce an idea that will allow board members to provide any off-the-cuff comments they may have, understanding that they had a very limited amount of time to prepare from when we publish. But more, or to say that they express that they need more time to think about it before they're prepared to make comments. But this would be a chance for the board to have a discussion about the topic, to get a sense of the board, and to set a timeline for when we would bring this back. Having received either asynchronously prior to the meeting or at the meeting additional comments from the board that we could then craft into a document that the majority would feel comfortable voting for consensus. That would be appropriate to do for the elements that exceed what is recommended and is in the attachments ready to go. And I would recommend that if the board has an interest in adding other things or discussing the things that were proposed by other board members for inclusion, that be viewed separately from the baseline update of the rules procedure, for which we are, frankly as they be, well past overdue on updating to reflect the current environment.
I would note also with respect to those changes, we had a number of years ago, even it started to propose changes. We have dialed back those changes to, again, putting aside these two substantive pieces, to really kind of the minimal changes that we would recommend just to bring the document up to snuff.
Yeah, I have no problem with any of them.
Go ahead.
I do.
Director Jones.
Okay, so not a whole lot. Okay, so on page 4, delivery of agenda for regular meetings, we deleted, at the moment it says the agenda for the regular meeting and report reports and other documentation related to should be delivered to board members, blah, blah, blah. And you took out the and reports and other documentation related there too. So I've actually tried to go the other direction and ask for them earlier rather than later, because Friday seems really late to me, because, you know, unless, you know, then we give you 2.5 days to read them. Some people have other things to do than only focus on this. First off, I don't know why we would delete that in the first place, but I would move to have them ready on Wednesday instead of the last minute.
Yes, sir. And that was the board's pleasure. We certainly could do that. That specific element that there are things such as the operations report that Lucas delivers or other elements that are updated as late as day up. That the way that was written before, that we suggested those arguably would need to be delivered with the agenda, which would snap the line on no later than Friday that we're done updating things. So the idea was that the agenda and the elements that the board will be taking action on will be delivered in accordance with the timeline here. But that we had some reflecting the reality of how we're currently doing business, which is things that are more ancillary in nature, more related to operations are updated based on things that have happened, such as a fire on Saturday.
Yeah, that would have been included in the packet anyway.
I understand that, sir, which is why striking that from the language, that removing that would bring the rules of procedure into accordance with how we are actually doing business, that things such as that would not be included as a report or other documentation related thereto shall be delivered, not maybe, that could be, and that the shall suggested that we are, in doing that, we are not in alignment with the rules of procedure. As currently.
I mean, I guess my answer to that would be, so for things that are real time, I'll call it incident reports, I get that. For financial reports, for example, which you could have prepared a long time ago, could be prepared a long time ago. I don't see that, so maybe we should just list the kinds of things that have to be. But again, I'd rather have them bits and pieces along the way, for example, rather, you know, maybe you say the last day that you come out is on that Friday, other than things that happen after the Friday, within a couple of days of the Friday. But I'd rather have them in multiple pieces so you can have a little longer to try to read it. Otherwise, you know, sometimes we get 400 pages of stuff to read in 3 days, and that's just not the right answer.
One possibility, just a thought, is to say, and reports and other documents related thereto, you know, to the extent available, shall be delivered. And that'd be one way to.
Yeah, except that doesn't bring any pressure on the people to actually make it fail.
It's true. Yes. I mean, it's just, we could write a very lengthy document to try to anticipate all the circumstances that could be covered. There, this ties back to the 400 pages of documents to read over 5 days is a lot, and 400 pages of documents to compile is a lot as well. And there's a lot of inputs, and some of those are dependent on external elements that are outside of our control or are related to things where folks are fully subscribed to other things, meaning that the preparation of the board packet is not it's non-trivial, and that the degree to which that gets backed out, it adds an additional, it tightens the time that's available for other things, and some of these things we're waiting for an outside report or an outside input to come in. It makes it challenging to back them off, and where some of them are related either to they're not related to a weighty action the board would take, or more informational only and so forth. Having the ability to update those as we approach the board meeting is very helpful and practical.
So at a minimum, I guess I would say anything we're going to vote on has to be done by.
Yes, sir. And that's the intent. The agenda really, in this case, is the packet.
I would note, B may take care of, Chief, I don't know if you focused on B, because it kind of anticipates the possibility that report might not be available. So it sort of mitigates the other language. You could probably leave the other language in if you keep B. I don't know how you feel about B.
No, that's fine. These kind of okay again, as long as we don't make it a regular practice.
Yeah. Well,
So leave it in here and you leave it in B, then I guess that works.
right, I mean, I think that would be a thought to go into it. This,
I also want to ask directly to Director Hassler if he has questions or concerns, if he's had the opportunity to review this. There's a lot in this. So Director Jacks or Director Hassler?
There is a lot in it. I've had an opportunity to look at it briefly, and I think I'm with Director Danner will be helpful to learn my mind on this.
He,
Oh, am I muted?
I think you're on twice. Do you have two devices?
No. I only have one.
Mhm.
It's just an-
Yeah, we're having a hard time understanding what you've said, Director Hassler, because of the echo.
Yeah, maybe if you turn off your speaker while you're speaking. Just keep your mic on.
My speaker's turned off, so I don't know what you can hear. But I have had an opportunity to look through it. I think it would be helpful to have a little more time to think through it.
He wants to have more time.
Okay.
There's a consent twice. There's a lot here. There's a lot of moving
For sure.
parts.
But
Does it make sense to kind of, I think a lot of this may be non-controversial.
Yeah.
A lot of this may be things that we need to act on with a certain amount of dispatch, particularly if we anticipate, and I'm cognizant of what's happened in the Oakland City Council, because a friend of mine was rejected with some harassment. So I think that much of what's in this is something that we can agendize, consider passing at the February meeting. I think I was accused earlier, and I'll plead guilty when Jonathan Goodman says that I can be cautious at times. Paraphrasing the book of Ecclesiastes, there's a time for boldness and there's a time for caution. And I think the conflict of interest provisions is something that I have that initially sounds, it's very principled. It makes a lot of sense, but I think the devil is in the details. And I think it's something that we need to consider very carefully. I think that it's something that we need to invite input from the community on. It's something that I am an attorney. I've practiced law for 40 years, but I'm not an elections expert. I am familiar with the Supreme Court decisions in Citizens United. But Citizens United applies both the corporations and the labor unions. And I think that this is something we could consider making it a separate agenda item, because I think it requires some deliberation, some input, and a lot of thought. And I think I'm kind of picking up on what Director Danziger is concerned about, right?
I think so, and I think especially on one of the significant revisions here, having to do with the campaign contributions. I don't even know that that's legal, for one thing, and it seems totally off base to me with that whole section.
Well,
I'm not exactly sure why it's there and where it came from, but
well, I think there's three separate inquiries. There's a legal inquiry, there's a financial inquiry, and there's a policy issue. And both of those require a lot of thought and a lot of consideration. And like I say, I'm familiar with Citizens United or FEC, but I do think, despite having been trained as a lawyer and having practiced as one, I think there are considerations that that this board really has an obligation to take into consideration.
I was going to say, with regards to the conflict of interest, it's one that has been very troublesome to me. When I was practicing as an accountant, we had long lists of things that we could not do. And even the appearance of a conflict was a conflict.
Right.
And so,
Right.
we had to report every month or every year or whatever it was, and sign off that we did not do X, Y, Z. And so I think in terms of a public organization, conflict of interest to me is.
And there's enforcement issues as well. So,
I mean, we currently already signed. What is it, every year?
oh, yeah, sure.
Your Form 700, your conflict of interest, correct.
I mean, as I read it, and I'm a slow thinker, it takes me a while to work through things sometimes. But if hypothetically, for example, the couple of accounting firms decide to contribute because they have such great respect for Greg Hassler and John Jack, they contribute $250 each to each of those candidates. They could conceivably be precluded from voting on or even serving on another committee. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and that same group could contribute to all five of them.
Well, there's a procedure already set up for that, you draw lots and figures, so.
Yes.
Yeah. And I read about the drawing of the lots for the first time this afternoon,
And you can also get the money back then,
and yeah, there's a lot of,
within 30 days, so.
and I'm a slow thinker, and it's gonna take me a while to work through this. And I wanna know what members of the public think on this.
So what I'm hearing, which makes, and again, we can do anything here, but I think what I'm hearing is a desire to bring back 4.7 as a separate agenda item. I'm hearing some people say, don't bring it back at all, but I think overall, the broader point is it should come back as a separate agenda item from rules.
Do you think that's a fair procedure, Director Jones?
Fine with me.
Director Jack?
I mean, to me, it's part of.
For me.
All we're talking about is the document itself.
That is true.
Removing, I mean, all of it's, each one. I don't think we would do it one by one. Either.
That's a good point. You're right. We wouldn't do it 1.1. But there is the conflict of interest. It raises issues that the others don't.
Yes, sir, but I would point out that the red line and clean document you have doesn't include that language.
That's why I confused a few minutes ago.
So if you read the language that's in the staff report is language that was raised for consideration for inclusion, as explained for, lacking the ability to gather consensus or feedback or input from board. This is the only way we can do so. So that is in the staff report for review, discussion, refinement, inclusion at the board's discretion as we move forward. I would ask, because I think I'm hearing consensus on the board, but I want to ensure the item as written, not the staff report, but the rules of procedure as written, which does not include those elements in 4.7. It does include the elements for disruptive behavior and then minor tweaks throughout that are in accordance with council's recommendations for updating the document. If there's consensus to move that forward, I would recommend moving that forward, which has been a multi-year process to get us to this point. And giving staff the board's direction with regard to 4.7, when the board would like to see that brought back and what mechanism the board would like to use, if any, to provide input separately in advance so that staff can start merging these together, because this is not a great environment to write a document. It would be helpful if that were submitted in advance. So I think there's two distinct issues.
Right.
The rules of procedure as written in the proposed form there, and then a separate but related issue associated with 4.7 contribution.
And I think it would be helpful to back to somebody's question that they said, is it okay to have all of this attachment A is written to be one discussion and the other one is a separate discussion. But I think it would be aided by background from council about, is the plan, has it done this? Are there other kinds of things that are like this and out there? Are there other jurisdictions that do it? How's the law read about it? Those kind of things. Is it actually doable? Is it legal? So, because otherwise we kind of just got it.
Sure. So, and to be clear, I did send you guys a memo with a sort of a attorney-client memo with a preliminary analysis. You got that? The question that I had on, this is always very awkward because we obviously can only discuss this given the ground. We can only discuss it in this forum, as awkward as that may be. And so,
the challenge that I had is one director has, supports it. The question, and now maybe more, I don't know, but I didn't want to spend a lot of the district's money going real deep and writing a real long memo unless I thought there was enough interest by the board. So I'm trying to balance.
We're already spending enough in lawyers' fees, that if we can short circuit spending more, it's in everybody's interest.
If we could step back one minute, I would like just to get a sense of consensus that there are two distinct items to discuss here. One is the ordinance is currently written in front of you. The other is a related discussion of conflict of interest and what, if any, procedure the board would like to proceed and what direction to council with regard to things that they would like research or an opportunity to submit documentation to me that I would then work with council to have research. But I would like a sense of where we're at, because I think those are two very different discussions. And if there is an opportunity to move forward the updated rules of procedure, we're long overdue.
On the red line version, I'm in accordance with everything in there except one section. I would want to have a further discussion under section 11. About the section about no member shall serve in the same position for more than one consecutive year. I'm not in agreement with that right now, and so I wouldn't be ready to, say I approve that.
Is that a discussion you'd like to have now, sir? Or would you like to have that brought back into the?
I can have it now.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure where that language came from. Here, I could probably come up with some other language, but, and I know it says, unless nobody else wants it, but I think if it's it happened a few years ago, that we did have a president, that served for, I served for 2 consecutive years. It was the majority of the board, and I just feel if it's the majority of the board that they, for whatever reason, they want the president to serve again, I think it should be open to do. That's it. I don't know why how it even got on this piece of paper without all of us having the opportunity.
Well, again, it's very challenging because under the Brown Act, I can't hold you guys.
Okay.
So you have to understand that as odd as this may seem, I did my best to cobble together a document that I thought would get some consensus.
Yeah.
It's completely within the board's power to disagree. And but I had to start somewhere.
I guess the place I would come out of that is different. Actually, I think when you look at where we were 5 years ago, and I think since the beginning of the district until 5 years ago, the process was the same as it is roughly for the city of Orinda, for example. And I don't know anything about Moraga, can't say, but there, we went back to that this year, I think, where you have a slate of people, and every year it moves up one, and that's how it works. That's a way to make sure that there's sort of, you can change it if somebody decides they don't want to do it, but that's the process of it. I actually kind of think about it. 5 years or 4 years ago, the head of the city council, or what do they call it, town council in Moraga, actually came to their board meetings, the first board meeting when that procedure was broken, and argued that it should be left the way it was, and begged that it happened, and then it didn't happen. So I'm pretty sure Moraga must do the same kind of thing, or at least people at the time were in favor of leaving it the way it is currently, which is you have a slate of people and it moves up down every year.
So I haven't been around forever, but I've been around 6, 7 years here. And there had been, as what you've described, it had been a practice, obviously not a rule, otherwise it would have been in these rules, and it's not. I guess the policy question, because there's no legal component to this piece at all. I mean, zero. So this is an entirely policy question. Is it important that the rule incorporate this at all, or as Director Danziger suggests, maybe leave it unspoken and have this as a tradition, I don't know. I mean, that's your call, and there really is that other option, which is that everybody just automatically moves up. I don't know of too many rules that have that written down. That's typically a kind of more of a practice than, but you could, and there's nothing that would stop you.
So I think that, there was period of years, for example, in the city of Orinda, that there were huge, it was 3 or 2 and a lot of things, and some of that switched, and so it was not an easy procedure to follow, but they did. There were pro-growth and non-growth, there were a couple of very distinct groups that spent a lot of money to get elected, and but they still followed that procedure.
Well, cognizant that I'll take judicial notice of the fact that it's 5 minutes to 11, and we still appear to have stuff to talk about.
One more word I want to change this.
Go ahead. Yeah, take it.
Comment. So
Please.
Section 2.6, item G. So this one says, and I think this is a little bad, right, because it's right on page 7.
Yeah.
So it says, a member of the public who wishes to make public comment may be asked to state their name in the record. The provision of such information is voluntary, is not condition. So why don't we require that we ask, but not require that they apply?
That's the way I read.
That's not what it says.
It's not.
It says we may ask. Doesn't say we shall.
It's perfectly permissible as long as the second sentence is that it's not required, which is legally required.
Yeah.
But I guess my point is, what's wrong with asking? If they say, I'd rather not say.
I think it's a great idea. I think it really, it's time efficient. It's also much more persuasive, I think, to members of the board to know who we're being addressed by, whether they're residents of the district, because somebody anonymously just making a comment.
Yes, sir. But if it says shall ask, that means before we allow them to speak, we have to say where in the Zoom, on Zoom, it's apparent exactly who the speakers are, with one exception, who name himself. And if the speaker stands up, the first thing they say is, I am fill in the blank. The way this is written is we shall ask them. It doesn't say anything about they shall state. And so the way it is written matches we may ask them, but if that's overcome by events, there's no requirement to do so.
Okay.
Well, we can always,
What?
But you can always say, would you, we would appreciate it if you would, but you're not required to.
Yes, sir. But once again, if they've already stated their name and it's a shall, then we still have to ask them to state their name.
That amount be true if that's the line.
Yes, sir. But I would argue that the way it's written now does fix that language, that if someone has not stated their name, we ask them to state their name, understanding that we can't require that. If they've already stated their name, then there's no reason to ask.
But this language never requires anybody to ever ask.
Yes, sir. I agree.
What that's, if somebody stands up and doesn't state their name, nobody has to ask them.
I agree. Yes, sir. If it says they have to ask, and if they have said their name, we still have to ask them to say their name.
Well, then we can say they have to ask if they haven't stated it. Really easy.
Sorry. The other thing you could do is you could say something, sort of the middle ground is, will typically be asked.
Yeah. I think this is solvable.
Well, the will typically has some value because it does tell people, beware, if you come and speak, typically we're gonna ask you, but you still have the right to speak.
I think that's a fair comment. So again.
I have one more too.
Sure.
As far as this whole rules and procedures go, I want to work on the language, but I think we need a section in here. And I think I might need some legal, work on it also, but I think we might need something having to do with attendance of board members. In previous boards, we have members that have missed majority of meetings, and I don't know where we can go with it. I'm just talking right now. It's something that came to my mind when reading all this. There's nothing here. I mean, just hypothetically, if a member is elected and we meet once a month and they don't come to 10 meetings, is there something we can do? I mean.
Yeah, the challenge, we've had this conversation, you may recall a few years ago, we had this conversation. The
one of the challenges is, I mean, although again, you can write your way around it to some extent, is people get ill, right? So one of the real challenges here is, you really want, if somebody's really ill, if you really want to do that. And then if you say, okay, well, that's different, but then you write that, and then it's like, well, how do you know they're ill? And then how do you, it's a bit of a, I don't disagree with the point at all, but in practice, it actually gets a little hard.
It's another enforcement.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's a very fair point.
I just wanted to bring it up. I don't really know what we want in here or if we can put anything in here, but I think in the past, and you've been on the board, you two were on the board when we had, there was a member that didn't come to a lot of meetings.
Well, we could put in a best efforts clause.
Yes, sir, but we ran this to ground at length the last time this was raised, because there was a lot of discussion about it. And ultimately, the removal of an elected official is left to the voters. And if voters felt that they were not being represented by their elected officials, there is a mechanism for a recall that they can access. Anything else that is an ice covered slippery slope that goes right places we don't want to go very quickly, particularly depending on, there would be discretionary elements to it, there has to be, and a board majority could do things with that discretion that would not be a good idea.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it up.
No,
because it felt like a valid issue to me, but,
It's a challenge, but it sounds like a challenge that has a.
It is a solution. It doesn't lie with the board. Certainly doesn't lie with staff.
And one other, just because it came up earlier tonight, this whole thing about when we have to have public comment, because this now thing says that you only have to have public comment once, not twice. That's right. And we're currently doing it twice. That's right. Sorry, Masha.
It just hasn't been adopted yet. The change hasn't.
So I think that's a great idea, because unless some higher agency.
There's no reason you have to do.
Because I don't think we ever used to do that.
I'm really in favor of streamlining the meeting. As an introvert and as a person who wants to encourage other introverts are exhausted after 5 hours of it. And you lose their input, and some others who are interested in this as well. So I really, as president, one of my priorities is to try to streamline the meeting.
So I'm all in favor of that change.
Right.
Make sure Doug is here too.
Director Jax wants to totally agree. So is it fair to say, and we're still gonna take public comment on this particular issue, correct? So I'm guessing there may be others in the room.
And I would suggest before we open public comment, it would be helpful to understand what the board's intent is here, so that the public can comment on some sense of the board's.
Let me throw out an idea, which is that I think that much of this probably could be discussed that is relatively non-controversial. And so if we separate out the 4.7 conflict of interest rules with all the legal and enforcement issues, I think that we should give some consideration to. And even if we separate out the issue as to whether you can serve consecutively as president or vice president in 2 separate years, that would give all of us a chance to maybe on the February meeting, we deal with let's call it the non-controversial stuff.
And we're going to take that as a separate item as well. And so I'll take the successorship item out, and you can have a separate debate on that, separate debate on the conflict of interest thing, and then hopefully we can all agree on this. The rest is a clean version.
And we could even take the controversial stuff in March. So
yeah, there's no.
Do you think?
I think we're,
Yeah, I think one thing,
a separate agenda, but welcome.
Take some privilege from my comrades in arms here. I think having the rules come on a little earlier in the evening might be a good idea. When I'm still
sense to me.
When I'm still conscious.
Yes.
Always. And much better than the last draft we had, which was all red and,
Okay. So is that specific enough direction?
Well, I guess, yeah, I
Everybody
mean, let me
agree?
be clear though, does anybody have any other, put aside the successorship thing, put aside the conflict of interest thing, does anybody have, and the stuff that we've already talked about, where we're gonna make some changes, anything else?
Not tonight, although I can certainly anticipate
Well,
that a month from
Yeah,
now, earlier in the
and-
evening, there might be other things.
I think now that we've opened this discussion, perhaps, maybe I'll present some other language or
Totally.
I may even put something on attendance.
Yeah.
Just a general statement of some kind, but yeah, I'd like to see something.
Yeah. And again, I apologize if anybody sort of got offended by this. We just had to start somewhere. I always try to treat everybody equally on the board, but
I'm not any offended at all. I want to make that clear. Are you?
he's a little, but that's,
Go ahead and tell
and
it.
I-
I just said it.
I'm open to criticism. If Director Desir, if I ever do anything that offends you as a president of the board, please. Director Jordan, the same thing. I'm bending over backwards to try to, it's my first shot at this chairmanship and I'm trying to do it fairly. So please let me know.
So, public comment. Is there any public comment?
We have one hand raised.
Good evening. I'm going to observe my option to not reveal my identity. It's secret from all of you. Well, two things. One,
Excuse me, anonymous person, that was the line of the night. Go ahead.
yeah, I know it's a little late. Well, two things. One, I would encourage district council to come up with some sort of guidelines for encouraging the presiding officer to expedite the meeting when it drags on too long. Now, I don't have anything specific to offer, but maybe there's guidelines out there for this sort of thing. And I don't know what maybe. And then number two, I would ask you to indulge me here. I spent the last hour not in your meeting, but in the neighbor's hot tub. And so I missed the discussion. I came back for this item hoping you'd still be discussing it. When I first read it, the thing that jumped out at me the most was the conflict of interest. And apparently you've already talked about it. So if you could just give me a quick summary. The thing that concerned me was anyone who receives donation from a union would be prevented from, as I read it, prevented from voting on the union contract if it's within 2 years of the donation. And that seemed a little unfair. So has that been covered? Are you guys working on that?
The answer is that we are going to bring it back next time as an entirely separate item, so it gets the attention it deserves.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Okay, well, I wish you guys all the best. And again, I got a few seconds left here. I just want to say that Director Romer, you did fine. I know you've been working up to this for some time, and you're off to a good start. So so don't mess it up next month. Thanks very much.
Are there any other public comments?
That concludes our public comment. On to committee reports. The audit committee has not met since our last board meeting. And Glorianne, you had a quick announcement?
I had a question for the audit committee, please. So the interim phase of the audit is scheduled for the week of March 11th. So do you want to have an audit committee meeting prior to the start of the interim audit work?
Interim audit is. They're talking about the 24 year end.
Yes, correct.
Whatever interim work is not going to be impacted by what they would do from that. I would rather wait until they have the audit plan in place. So we'll meet in. Oh, I would guess. April.
All right, let's schedule that. Thank you.
Director Hassler, did you have any comment about that?
No, I agree. I don't think we need one.
And then the ad hoc joint fire prevention? Any update?
We haven't had a meeting since last.
Very good. And we'll open public comment for the committee reports. We do not have any public comment. Future agenda items?
So future agenda items, I guess we've dealt with that in part because we've sort of carved the one and two. Yep. Roughly. Are there any other future?
None. And we just will quickly open public comment for future agenda items. We have none. We have a motion to adjourn. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. I think that's totally fine. Okay, so the motion to adjourn will be made by Steve, by Director Dan.
I just want to make it, I just want to acknowledge that, this past Monday, the 15th of January was national holiday with Luther King Jr. Day. And I'd like to adjourn this meeting in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his legacy, which promoted equity and justice for all.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Time is 11:08. For a motion to adjourn? We have to do roll call for motion to adjourn?
Don't if they're present, but yeah.
With it. I did all those in favor. Because we have one person remoting in. So if you have a teleconference meeting. But you do for ordinances and resolutions. So those always need